Go in. We're good to go.
We're live. Cool. All right, welcome everyone to this meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. It is 5:01 p.m. Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Here.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
Trustee Verich.
Here. All right, everyone is here, so we will move on to item 1C, the adoption of tonight's closed session agenda.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion by Christina, a second by Stacy. Is there any discussion? See none. Can we please get a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye. All right, so the ayes have it. We have a closed session agenda. I'm just a little distracted because I'm checking to make sure that none of these public comments are for our closed session items, and I do not believe any are. So at this point, we will adjourn to closed session. The board expects to be back around 6 p.m. See y'all on the other side. All right. Hi, everyone at home. We are coming back from closed session. We're probably going to be like another 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and get started once everyone is here. Thanks for your patience. All right, so I'm letting people in, and as you join in, if you could mute your lines, and just a reminder that you are live streaming currently. So if you want to turn off your cameras until your item is reached, that would be great. All right, I believe we are all here. So let's go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are coming back from closed session. It is 6:07 p.m. During closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement reached amongst all parties, whereby the district's joint power authority agreed to pay $500,000 in exchange for a dismissal of the action, and it was a 5-0 vote. Just as a reminder, because the members of the board are joining tonight via teleconference, all votes tonight are going to be recorded via a roll call. There's no physical location available for the public to join tonight. However, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card available on the district's website and also on the agenda in board docs. Does anyone want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening? If not, I can do it. All right, I will do it. So everyone, if you please rise, mute your lines so we don't have echoes. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3C is to adopt tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Christina, a second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote, Superintendent Bravo?
Yes, trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich. Can't hear you, trustee Verich.
I know. I accidentally swiped the screen. I swiped the screen and I couldn't get to the mute button. Aye.
All right, 5-0, leaving us in suspense, but it passes. Item 4 are recognitions and special orders of business, and we do have a really exciting one tonight. Dr. Bravo, do you want to take it from here?
Yes, we do. Thank you, President Gallagher. And I think it was a couple of board meetings ago, we recognized members of the Campbell FFA chapter about impressive showings recently at County Fair. Tonight, we are going to, we want to recognize Campbell FFA student Taylor Voss, who has earning the American FFA degree.
Wow.
And this is a rarity. This is an accomplishment that only around 0.5%, so 0.5% of FFA members achieve. Applications are submitted to the National FFA organization after approval of a member's state association. After review by the national staff, the National FFA Board of Directors approves qualified candidates to receive the American FFA degree at the National FFA Convention and Expo. So please join me in congratulating Mr. Taylor Voss for achieving the American degree.
Good job, Taylor.
Extraordinary.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I'm just checking right now to see if
Taylor's on. Yeah.
the advisor, Taylor's on. I was looking to see if the advisor is here, but I don't see him.
Hello.
Taylor, aye.
Hello.
So maybe you could just tell us, how hard was it?
It was extremely hard. First, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
First, we had to get the state degree award, which was its own, which is in itself very painful in a way. A lot of hours, a lot of dedication, and yeah. In the end, it was all worth it.
Taylor, what's your focus or your animal or what do you concentrate on?
At the time, I mostly did, when I was in high school, I mostly did lambs and swine, but I was a part of the year out program. So a year after I graduated, I did a steer at the farm and a couple of pigs as well that year.
Wow.
And a Grand Supreme champion with my steer.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Well, Taylor, thank you so much. And I think I speak for everyone. We're all so proud of you. That is such a huge honor. I think we're all just continue to be blown away by what our students are capable of in so many different fields. So thank you for really shining a light on our program and for all that you do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a great night.
You too.
Best of luck.
I believe we have a certificate which we'll mail. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, good. Because if that was wrong, we would have had to create one. But yeah, I saw it earlier today, so we'll send that over. Thanks, Taylor. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Thanks for setting that up, Superintendent Bravo. Now we go to item 5, our student board member reports.
Okay, so we're gonna do the same format as we always do. We'll do 3 schools. I'll do 3 schools. Riley will do 3 schools. What's working, what's not working, and then just some personal updates. So at Branham, there was Dig Pink Week last week. So there were a few virtual and in-person events. There was Teacher Appreciation Week this week. They're also calling it Super Staff Week. And today, actually, the Branham mascot popped in a few of the classes just to encourage all of our teachers. There was a survey sent to students in regards to going back to school or staying online or doing a hybrid system. Students are currently able to submit their winter wishes. Spare had a rally. The Wellness Center has teamed up with the YWCA to provide teen empowerment programs every other Wednesday. The Wellness Center is also providing substance use treatment services for parents. So just like an informational night. There was a student senate meeting, sorry. So at Del Mar, there was a drive-through Halloween pickup bag that was hosted by ASB. ASB has also transitioned to a new Instagram account, which is dmhs.students. So if you're a student, you can go follow that. There was a Halloween pumpkin carving contest. There was a virtual junior family night. PTSA hosted drive-through teacher breakfast. The College and Career Specialist continues to send out college newsletters, which updates students on the college visits, as well as just can schedule meetings with seniors for the application process. At Westmont, students who were interested in learning more about the harmful impacts of drugs and vaping, so they held a online webinar to get students more informed about that. The ASB is also prepping for winter wishes. The Westmont Performing Arts is having a virtual performance for Clue, and they have a few dates. There was a Halloween costume contest. There was a virtual Dia de los Muertos event, and they released the 3rd issue of The Shield.
Yeah, and then for Boynton, they just had 6 students graduate in the past couple weeks, so we wish them all luck in their future. In addition to that, they have 36 new students who were just welcomed on campus, so they've got a lot of change happening. One teacher, Mr. Van, started an 8-person hybrid class, so they teach both math and art and is on site, as well as some things at home, and it gives some students an opportunity to get more one-on-one contact, and all social distancing protocols followed. The leadership students have been spending time preparing spirit days and getting donations to harvest food banks. And Boynton has scheduled an ELAC meeting with the assistant principal, which will be presented on November 19th. At Lee, they did their virtual club fair on a Discord server, and they were able to get a live fair that way. They've also been doing funds for wildfires, which is open, has received a few dozen calls from Lee High School students. On November 2nd, they did Dia de los Muertos celebration, and they're also doing they did a school-wide Chipotle fundraiser yesterday, and all funds went to COVID-19 relief children's charity, quote, Save the Children. Instagram takeovers have been held twice per week, including a live held for the Hispanic Latinx Heritage Week. They're doing a senior movie night in the LHS Bowl planned for the end of November, and I believe they'll be doing other grades following that. And students have been discussing among each other how they'll vote on the spring plan decision and just kind of ramping up that. At Prospect, they had the Halloween Spirit Week last week. They had a successful virtual rally and also a Halloween drive-through event, which was our first event back on campus. They've still been doing Mindful Monday Zoom calls, which are simultaneously recorded to Instagram Live. So we kind of have a couple ways that people can view it. And we've been doing Fun Fridays every other Friday to engage and entertain students. Literal Impact, the online literary and art magazine, is now taking fall issue submissions. And then diversity inclusion meetings have been happening based on like the survey data with students and teachers and trying to bridge that gap. And then Red Ribbon Week event with help from the Cassie counselor last week, and also College Week with a variety of information events and advice from seniors and from some college counselors.
And now for what's working. Teachers have been really flexible with test times, which they allow them to have a few more minutes after they take the test, or they can take it at a later time if they have any tech issues. So students are really appreciative of that. Again, Canvas, I feel like I'm a Canvas advertisement, but Canvas has been really reliable for students. They've been noticing a lot more consistent attendance as students have really now figured out how online school is going to work. And that's also resulted in less tech issues as well. There have been many virtual events that have been getting a lot of attention and attendance. Information is being better communicated through Instagram, emails, and Canvas. And most students have figured out in all grades how to get a good schedule for distance learning. Students have also found new methods to socialize, such as FaceTime, Discord, which makes up for the lack of daily, the social atmosphere the students are normally used to. And students are also reporting that a majority of their teachers are really motivating and enjoy the teachers who are really enthusiastic and really are transparent with what's been going on.
Yeah, there's still been low attendance for some Zoom events, and some students need a break from their computers. A large portion of student body is still unaware of most of the social events and school-wide fundraisers. So a lot of the schools have been trying to get more on-site events ramped up with like the drive-thrus and some of the movie nights. Many teachers are not grading all assignments by end of the grading period. Some students find they don't really know what their grade is after 12 weeks. And then some teachers are assigning homework to be due the days before class or days where they don't actually have class, which has still caused a lot of problems because is not knowing when things are due and having stuff due on like a Saturday night just does not seem right. And then they're still not on the same page about teacher cohort. It does vary based on what the teacher is doing, and some check in, some don't. It's not like a clear instruction. And there's also opportunities for academic support are less convenient, and students report that they ask for guidance for a teacher and a counselor far less in distance learning. And then no one really knows what the spring semester is going to look like. And there seems to be a lot of confusion and discussion about the survey for the next semester, at least amongst students.
Okay, and just for some updates on what we've been up to in terms of the homework policy, we passed it last board workshop, so we're really happy about that. And we're going to be strategizing soon on how to get the word out to students to make sure that they are aware of this change. For SSAC, we had an SSAC meeting on October 20th where we planned out a mental health survey that we're going to be sending out to students. And we kind of discussed programs at all the site levels so we can understand what each school is really doing to tackle mental health. We were going to have a meeting on Tuesday, but we decided to cancel it because many seniors were really stressed with college apps, and it was also election day, and we felt that was more important than having an SSAC meeting. Some reminders, please continue to wear masks and remain socially distanced. And tech is here to help. You can call 408-558-3080 if you have any tech related questions.
Since last time, we've actually had 3 site visits. So we went to Boynton, Del Mar, and Lee, and it was great to get a lot of feedback from there. We have groups of about 15 students from all 4 grades to try and see how each of the schools are doing. Also, please follow at CUHSD_SSAC. This is our Instagram account where we're posting some updates. And then some other reminders for any CUHSD student for the rest of this month. Anyone can sign up on Naviance. It's a great opportunity to learn more and meet admissions counselors, even if you are not a senior. There's also from our site visits, just one consistent theme is that students really like having the Wednesday schedules and they really see that as a productive time for them that they've kind of been adjusting to and hope that continues next semester. And then I think from some of our reports, we do see like some students struggling and trying to fix some problems and looking towards next semester. So we hope Gitanjay and I are involved in what spring semester looks like and how we can give feedback any way possible. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you both so much. We'll go ahead and jump on to our next item, item 6. Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask a quick question, Riley, that I've heard this come up a couple times where students are not happy with due dates that are not necessarily when their class time is. I'm pretty sure we're all working on something where if I have a due date and it's Saturday, that's okay. It's not going to ruin my Saturday because I would have it done by Thursday or Friday. Does that happen? I'm pretty sure. Or am I
think it's that some teachers, like you might have class on like Thursday, Friday, and then have an assignment by like the end of that day or have an assignment due on that Saturday, like at night. So like instead of having like say I have class on Thursday, I'd also have that class on Monday, but then I'd have an assignment due at like Saturday night at like 11:59. That was assigned on that Thursday. So it just seems like it's been a little inconsistent. I think it's tough for some students that like already having trouble navigating online and then they have due dates on like 3 separate days for like one class. So I think it's more of that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing too. Appreciate it.
All right, so item 6 is public comments. The board welcomes comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board, please fill out a blue card, the digital blue card that's located on our website and on the agenda. You'll be called on to comment when your item is reached on the agenda. If the item is not on the agenda, you will comment at this time. Provisions of the California Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item that does not appear on the posted agenda for action. The default is that oral presentations and communications to the board are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. And then if there's a swarm of blue cards, sometimes that time may be limited. So right now we have one, let me just double check really quick. I think we have one item that is not an agenda item or one blue card for a non-agenda item. So if we can get Trella Davis on the phone.
All right, we're ready to go.
All right, hey Charlie, you're on with the board. You're streaming live on the internet. You have 3 minutes, and then when your time is up, the phone will be muted. And then if you have additional thoughts, please send them over to the board via email. So ready when you are.
We're ready.
Hello, it is hello a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Due to the shelter-in-place orders from the county, most staff have been asked to.
Hey, John, do you know what's going on? Maybe we can start that one over.
Could you tell me again who was the caller?
Trella Davis.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're ready.
Hi,
Trella.
Trella
Did
Davis.
you hear me before?
Hello.
Hey, Trella, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, whether the school district decides to go with a continued district learning model or with
the hybrid model or in person, whatever it is, there are definitely improvements that can be made to, I guess, what I would call using Canvas and how instructors and students are working with that system. I sent every board member an email outlining some suggestions that I think are simple, either no cost or low cost, and would make a difference to ease of use and would provide some clarity. Participating on a lot of different levels of feedback for parents. And one of the things that I and students keep hearing is, oh, you know, we're told that teachers are going to be more easygoing on grades or more easygoing about late work or more easygoing about, you know, understanding if there's a technology problem. And some are absolutely not. And it doesn't matter if you have a kid with a 504 or you have stuff in writing saying that you need extra support. You have to fight for it. You have to go through a process to get those things recognized. And luckily, my child has somebody who is willing to make sure something is followed that it needs to be followed, or we'll go through a process. And not everybody has that. I really think that the district has to come as a top-down either recommendation or a new rule. I don't know what your process is, but if the district board can at least put together some recommendations in writing and post them to where everybody knows that these are the strong suggestions from the board about late work, about how to, you know, use Canvas in ways that are helping students, then I think it will maybe alleviate some of the problems that district learning is getting blamed for. And you're not going to make everybody happy no matter what you choose for the spring. But if you can solve some of the small problems, you're going to make a lot of students a lot better off. Thank you.
Jalen, you're muted.
Thank you. I said thank you very much. And let me just make sure that none of the other blue cards are for non-agendized items, which they're not. So at this point, we're going to move on to item 7, comments from associations. I do not believe that we have anyone from CSEA or SEIU here this evening, but we do have a representative from CHSD, Ben Bethune.
All right, I have Ben here.
All right. Hey, Ben, you're on with the board. You're streaming live on the internet. Take it away when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. CHSD would like to report that we've got some very hardworking teachers who, toward the end of October, were working on numerous letters of recommendation and grading recording for the 12-week progress reports. Going forward next year and beyond, teachers believe that it would be incredibly useful if mandatory training deadlines could be pushed back so as not to coincide with college rec letter and 12-week progress report deadlines. I speak tonight as an advocate for the 71% of recently surveyed CUHSD teachers who disclosed that they do not feel comfortable, they do not feel safe returning to in-person teaching in January, whether full-time or as part of some hybrid plan. I also speak tonight as an advocate for the 29% who said they did feel safe returning, because these more confident teachers also have family and friends who are put at risk if we rush back to in-person teaching in January. I speak as a math teacher who, like many other teachers in Campbell Union, finds himself working twice as many hours as normal this very strange year. I miss the classroom. I miss listening to students discuss math. I miss the conversations that don't have a thing to do with math. If I thought my students, my colleagues, and my community would not be put at risk by opening schools back up, then I would be one of the loudest supporters of that return. Unfortunately, we have seen too many examples across our country in recent months of districts rushing back only to see infection spikes in those corresponding regions. We should not do the same thing that has been done numerous times already and expect different results. Trustees, there are going to be loud voices in support of a return to in-person teaching. I ask that you look past the noise and consider whether the people advocating for teachers and students to return to in-person learning are truly considering the risks involved. I know that the distance learning paradigm is not ideal for an important set of our students, but are you willing to take a dangerous gamble with the safety and lives of our students, staff, and the community at large by returning to classrooms when our country is seeing surging cases, particularly in regions in which people have not treated this pandemic seriously? I was disheartened to find out recently that the current plan is for Superintendent Bravo to meet with CHSD bargaining representatives the day after voting on what our spring semester will look like. I implore trustees to consider the wisdom of meeting with CHSD before making any final decisions regarding the 2021 CUHSD learning plan. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ben. All right, so that's going to take us over to item 8, which is our superintendent's report. Dr. Bravo. Dr. Bravo, you are muted. I muted you, sorry.
I will save my comments to item 16A.
Okay, great. All right, then that's going to take us to item 9, our informational items. And as is our new tradition, we start with Metro Ed and Silicon Valley CTE. Madam President, take it away.
Okay, we've got a significant step forward on the path to hopefully restoring our direct funding. As I told you last time, Superintendent Lynch had a nearly full-hour conversation with the Department of Finance in Sacramento, spoke to a couple of people who were astonished to learn that we fell through the LCFF cracks in our funding. They got a real education. They asked her for a document with a whole list of specifics, and she has really hit it out of the park with what she created. So a 17-page piece went off to the Department of Finance today. She is responsible for it. She did a brilliant job putting it together. I did the editing, and we are very hopeful. And I will, as soon as we've had our board meeting and our board has had a chance to discuss it, I will send that document out to all of you. I just kind of feel like that they should have the first crack at it. But they've made it clear that they want to try to find a path forward to help us. So we could possibly have a breakthrough, and I can't get too excited. It's like you know, any election results. You don't want to get excited until it's time to get excited. But this feels good. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, hearing hopeful and then edited by Linda is two really good things. I don't know if y'all know, but Linda is the best resolution editor, I think, in the game, in the school board game. So that's great news. Thank you for sharing. And we'll go ahead and move on to item 9B, our Measure AA bond construction updates.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Nathan Thome, the bond program director, and Eric is on as well. So the Measure AA update, we have a lot of projects underway. Actually, the exciting news is that a lot of them are finishing kind of our push for this COVID fall semester has gone really well. And Eric will kind of get to some of those seismic projects that have done really well and better than our ones in the past. But I have a few data points and completed projects to share with everyone in the beginning. So next slide, please. So what we're trying to keep updated and present more often are these data points and dashboards that we think are really helpful, especially now that we're more than halfway through the Measure AA bond. It's really helpful to see our milestones and where we're projecting out to be. And you can see that our project completion is 66% of the total projects completed, but only 56% of the budget is completed. So what that tells us is that we have some big projects on the horizon, and that's exactly what the case is. We are currently bidding the Prospect Student Union, which is projected to be about $18 million. It might be more depending on bidding. That's a very exciting one for us right now, and will kind of be our next big project. Our Branham two-story classrooms were our first big one. This is going to be one of our next big ones. And coincidentally, simultaneously, we have our Del Mar admin and library project, which is about $11 million. And in DSA right now, we have the Boynton multi-purpose room, which will be about $7 million. And we have our Prospect new classrooms, which are about $11 to $12 million. So we have some very big, exciting projects on the horizon. They're just not done yet. So that's why that 66 doesn't quite match that 56, but give us a year and they will match. Next slide, please. So you can see 2020-21, this upcoming fiscal year. So that's July 1st, 2020 to July 1st, 2021 is one of our biggest years for starting new projects. And you can see the list of projects that are listed there. There's a lot of smaller projects that we're doing at the same time, a lot of seismic projects. And like I said, we're trying to take advantage of not having the students and doing a lot of seismic projects, accessibility upgrades, a lot of smaller dollar projects, but that are very important and important to the completion of our Measure AA. But some of our biggest projects are starting in this 2020-2021 upcoming spring. So you can see the number of projects and the dollar value are some of the highest in our schedule. And that doesn't mean that 2021 and 2022 and the next years are going to be cruising for us. We're going to have to finish up all the projects we started, these big projects. This is just a graph showing the projects that are starting in that year. Next slide, please. So we wanted to show some pictures of some recently completed projects. This fall has been pretty exciting because we have been able to finish projects. We've been able to go out and take pictures of our finished projects. We've had good weather to take pictures of these projects. So we not only have been starting a lot of projects, but we've been able to kind of take a small breath and see what we've done. And we really plan on updating our websites and our social media with some of these accomplishments. What I couldn't show tonight, but I'll maybe show at the next board meeting and maybe on the website, is we just got some really great time-lapse videos back of our pool construction. So we can see the 3 pools that we've completed, Branham, Westmont, and Del Mar, from the old pool all the way to the new pool in a time lapse, which is pretty fun. So I can show those maybe next meeting or just on our website, but it's kind of fun to have some of these milestones now behind us that we can show the public. The next slide, please. So we're all familiar with this project. I just want to show some new pictures that we were able to take. One of the coolest things that we've had recently at the Branham project is we put up giant Bruin logos on the side of the buildings. So these buildings are great. Their only weakness, I'd say, is the giant concrete end caps that they have. But what we did is we put on, I don't have a picture of it. We'll show it the next round, the next meeting, is 15-foot Brandon Bruin logos on the side of the buildings that look really sharp. So we'll show that next meeting. If you drive by Branham, you'll see those now. They really use that part of the building to our advantage, which is great. So next slide, please. And this is the interior courtyard that we were able to take some pictures of. It looks great. It's really nice to see these buildings done and hopefully have students sometime in the future. Next slide, please. And next slide. So here's a couple of views that the public doesn't get to see all the time. So this is our aerial view of the Brandon High School project. On our website, we'll probably put the before and after. We have a before picture of this, and we'll have this as an after picture, which will be a great comparison. But this really shows how much of the front was transformed. You see it from the front and you see the buildings, but it's a different look at how much the landscape has impacted the front of that school. Next slide, please. And again, a drone view from the front of the school, which has changed drastically. Next slide. And so this is a somewhat small project for us, but I wanted to show it because I think that Eric was heavily involved in this project, and I think he does a really good job of taking these small projects and making them something more than they were intended to be, which I think is great. So this in the background, you can see the handrails. We just needed accessibility from the bottom of the site at Westmont to the top of the site. And for relatively little dollars more, we were able to do the landscaping and use it as a beautification project. The campus did the mural, and I think now we have a really good framed entrance to that campus that is also accessible, which we didn't have before. Next slide, please. And those concrete seats there that you saw are not existing. Those are all brand new. So that's more seating for drop-off area at that side of Westmont. So this is a giant existing tree that we worked around, and you can see the ramp, but the ramp is really integrated into the landscape, and I think just flows nicely instead of being just a concrete jungle of a ramp that you see more often. Next slide, please. So another project that we did in anticipation of the Boynton multi-purpose room, which will take on this color scheme and is at DSA right now, is we repainted Boynton High School. It's one of our smaller schools, so it was relatively easier to do, but I think it had a big impact and imparts a lot of school spirit now at Boynton High School. Next slide. So you can see on the left, it had kind of our typical campus paint scheme on top of kind of deteriorating a little bit. We gave it kind of our more district standard paint scheme that we did a lot at Prospect and all our new two-story buildings, where we have a dark gray wainscot, a lighter gray body color that brightens up the school a little bit, and then the school color to really accent the trim and any accent poles or site work. Next slide. And the new multi-purpose room will have that same paint scheme. And we'll take even more finished pictures, but yeah, the green and the new light gray, I think really brighten up the space, make it look sharp. The picture on the right looks a little bit dark. It's not that dark in real life, but it does give it a little bit new look, which will look great with the end cap in the quad of the multi-purpose room. Next slide. And this is just the classrooms in the front, where we painted the doors, painted the eaves, painted out the kind of stone walls on the end as end cap. And the campus is part of the new multi-purpose room will get the black fencing that we have on our other sites. And so it really brings it into our district standard and makes it nice and gives it a facelift, and also kind of incorporates it into the rest of the district as far as design and color schemes. Next slide, please. We even painted the entry signage to really pop a little bit more with the dark gray. Next slide. And then I'll give it to Eric for some construction updates.
Good evening, board. Eric Wassinger, Director of Facilities. This picture is kind of touching because it's Delmore Admin Building. And some of you didn't see the Delmore Admin demolition, but the next few pictures are going to show you what a building that was built in 1959 looked like. It did a great job, but it's time for a new one. Next slide, please. So this is about halfway through the day when the entire building was knocked down into piles, and they start separating the piles so they can off-haul. You can now see the gymnasium behind on the top picture. The bottom picture is the rendering of the new building that we're going to be putting in that location. So it's kind of a nice little mix here of the old and the new. We appreciate and love the old, but we really look forward to the new. Next slide, please. This is just a little piece of equipment doing a lot of damage. Next slide, please. So once again, it's just piles of the remnants of the old and starting the new. These are the redwoods that are at the far end that we are keeping, Linda, and they will be there through the new construction. So next slide, please. This picture is for Lee High School. This is the admin building and student services, the new location. It's the current or the old administration building. We are bringing the student services into the same building. So we've got the building from one end to the other. It was kind of interesting. Kara, the principal at Lee, was looking from one wall through the entire campus, through the other wall, because the walls were taken down on both ends. It's a major retrofit. And the new admin library will be awesome when it's done. And it's probably about 6 months out, but we are well underway and moving forward. So this is what it looks like currently, except there's more concrete busted out because they have all the new plumbing going in right now and all the underground. So they've been saw cutting all this concrete and putting the new plumbing systems in right now. Next slide, please. Another picture of the same location, just a different view. Next slide, please. Okay, good news. This is the Prospect High School swimming pool about a week ago. So you can see this is a different design than we've had from the other 4 high schools. This one has 2 walls separating the shallow end to the deep end. The difference of this pool, it's a 38-meter pool, like some of our other pools, but the water polo net will actually go between the opening between the 2 walls and the right side wall. So to have the full court, and it'll have 3 lanes of shallow water for swimming for the non-swimmers in this pool. So the next picture, you're going to see there's more concrete poured. As of today, all the concrete on the deck was poured. And so this project's moving rather quickly, but this is a great look from the drone looking down at the Prospect pool. Next slide. So here you can see the inner portion of the pool or the quadrant around the deck poured, but not the exterior, which has already been poured since this picture was taken. And then on that wall far away from you, where they took the windows out of the gym, that's where the new scoreboard is being mounted. And so they had stuccoed all that on the interior of the wall. They poured concrete and made it solid. And so that's going to be waterproofed, and the new scoreboard system will be inlaid right there. So it'll be very nice for this project. These tall columns on the right-hand side, the gray columns, that's for the canopy structure that's going to be over the bleachers once we install those. So that's what those 3 tall columns are on the right-hand side there for. Next slide, please. Good news, Westmont softball dugouts is almost done. They are currently painting the 2 dugouts, And we're doing some landscape features on the front where that little white trailer is there in the picture. The grass is all great and the softball dugouts are coming along. This is a great project for Westmont and that's almost finished. So we're doing really well there. Next slide, please. This is a nice little drone view from above. And you can see how the dugouts, of course, the home dugout is the double wide on the left-hand side because it has storage on one half, and then the players dugout. The right-hand side is the visitors dugout, which they have all their information they need there. And the scores booth is right there behind home plate. So this is the Westmont dugouts coming to a close. Next slide, please. Last but not least, we threw a slide in here for the Prospect tennis courts. And this is just kind of an overview of what they look like. Prospect is the new design we put out there. These are 4 of the courts center field in the back. And then they have 3 more on along the back left fence. This is a project that we're actually going to the board tonight for the Branham project, because Branham is the last site to get tennis courts remodeled from the burgundy and green colors to the blue and green colors that we have here at the other 4 sites. So that's going to be coming to the board later this evening, trying to get the Branham project finished for tennis courts. But here's a picture of the Prospect site. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Wow. You didn't show your wonderful treatment of the Lee tree.
We did not show that, but we can definitely show that as well. It's
Gotta show it next time.
Yeah, the paver project that we did around the Lee tree and the seawall is pretty impressive. One of the things Nathan and I are trying to do with beautifying the campuses is creating places for students to hang out, to have a safe environment where they can hang out and just be kids. And the new entrance for the Lee pool is going to be substantial because it's already complete. And it's basically a nice seawall about 30 feet round. And it has a great paving area for students to hang out there before swimming, before the bus pickup, whatever. So it's a nice area, but we'll definitely show some pictures of that. I know Linda's seen some of those because we're trying to protect that tree. So I put pavers there so the water would go through the pavers to help generate water for the tree itself rather than putting asphalt or concrete down. And so I shared with Linda in the past to show her how our arborist had given us high recommendations on how to complete that project. So it looks awesome, and we'll share with the board shortly.
I started working with John Nolan on preserving that tree. I don't know what, over 20 years ago. So I was really, really thrilled with what you did there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have to say that the Del Mar demo, I went over and watched some of it, and just watching it in person, watching the action of it, I tended to be more focused on how awesome it is to see that kind of power and force, bring something down. Looking at the picture here on the screen though tonight, I have all kinds of other feelings about it that are just really, they're sweet, but a little bit of that other tinge too. That long bulletin board in the lobby that I decorated every month for years and years. The big pipe back in the faculty workroom. I didn't think we would ever get air conditioning. I kept saying, when is that pipe going to carry AC? And I finally got so tired of it, I turned the pipe into a caterpillar. I think I told you once I took long shoestrings and tied them together and put little feet on either end and threw them over the pipe. It's just like, do something with this pipe. And then that little bitty cramped copy machine space. We started in there with the old mimeograph machines and then the Ditto and then the high-speed copiers. And I just didn't realize until I looked at your sort of broad view of it tonight on the screen. I was just sort of overwhelmed with my history in that building. But the new thing is going to be wonderful. The drawing looks so good. I'm really thrilled about it. And I love your new entrance to Westmont. That's just the side entrance. Really great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Eric, I'll just say, Eric, make sure when you do the tree report that we get an aerial photo. I don't think the report would do it justice without an aerial photo of that tree. Just asking.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right, these are opinions, not direction.
I think you guys, I mean, I'm just so impressed with the progress you guys are making. It must be feel really good to be where we're at in the progression. I love your new dashboard. I find that to be, that is exactly the right level of detail for a board report, in my humble opinion. I have one question about the project dashboard, the project budget complete by site. The very last column is district-wide operations. Can you help me understand what goes into the bucket of district-wide operations?
Yeah, so that's not really any project necessarily. That's a small portion of the bond that is dedicated to funds that it takes us to do the projects, such as software and other purchases that it takes for us to operate as a facilities team. And honestly, it's also our salaries. So it's a portion of the bond that's just dedicated to district office, but it's not district office project. We just label it as such.
Got it. So this is the strategy that we took to bring the management in-house, and that's the budget for it. Is that true?
Correct.
That's almost $40 million it's budgeted for it. Is that the right number, or according to your dashboard?
No, I'll have to look back at the dashboard to make sure that's all categorized correctly. The portion that I'm talking about is much lower. It's probably about $10 million of that. So I'll have to look at the district wide. It might be catching. So this is a program that we use to categorize some of this, and it might be catching some projects that are, if you see in the board reports that are listed as district wide projects, it might be catching those that would get up to that dollar value. So such as scoreboards, right, something like that are more district wide. We calculate by site, but for the reporting, it's a little bit easier district wide.
Right. Okay. Well, if you could just kind of let us know, because that does seem like a lot of overhead for a $275 million lot. And then my only question is, comment question is, and I'm going to go back to a bunch of years ago, and it might have been Eric's first year with us, when he went out and repainted Prospect High School. And it was almost like it was a new school.
Yeah.
After that, the paint job just made it a new place. Mm-hmm. And really, I think did a lot to give a sense of school pride and all that kind of stuff, which I think the beautification projects that you're doing is just another thing for people to be proud about their school. Are there plans? And I love the transformation of Boynton and that paint job. So my question is, are there plans to do repainting in some of these as we're waning through the end of the program, excuse me?
So Trustee Brown, that's actually a great question, because there's a lot of requests for that at each site. However, when we did the master plan, it wasn't planned to repaint the schools with this bond. It wasn't allocated money. It wasn't set up, okay? When we started the bond and Nathan and I created the master plans with all of the different groups of everybody, there wasn't going to be a bunch of work at Prospect the first year. So we decided we had to do something to show them a little love. And so we painted the school, because when I got here, there were 7 different colored buildings on the same campus, and it looked a little hairy scary, right? And so when we modified that school and made it the way it is now, it's much more modern. It's much more, it's just a better place, and it makes you feel more comfortable being on site. And so it's not set up for the other sites. However, as we're doing all the projects, the pool projects are all being painted with the new design of the two-tone gray and the colors of the schools, and the two-story buildings at Branham are the same, and at Lee two-story building. And as we do Delmar's new admin library, and as we do the 3 new buildings at Delmar, they're going to be the new colors. And as we do projects at Prospect, they're going to be the new colors. So yes, each site is requesting to get away from the old color scheme, and we'd like to do that. Depending on the savings from the other projects, we can add that to it. At Prospect, we went out to bid, and this is my memory from about 4.5 years ago, but I think it was like $450,000 to do Prospect, which is a lot of money. At Boynton, it was very simple because the new building that we're building there, we have a budget set aside for the multi-purpose room. The entire campus was like $79,000 because it's a small campus. So it made great sense to do it now while there's no students there. We're going to break ground on the new building in the next month or 2, and then when it's complete, it's all done, right? But the other campuses are all thriving to get painted. At Lee, we did with a seismic gym retrofit. We did paint all the trim on Lee's gym green versus the rusty color, right? At Delmar, we priced it out to do all the trim in black instead of, so we're working towards that, but it's really about the funds. And so as we save money with some of the seismic projects, we may have money that the board can allocate to move forward on those projects for painting them. But right now it's not set up in the current projects listed for the bond. So that's kind of where we're at. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions, comments?
Just want to thank you for beautifying where you saw that you had an opportunity to do it. Those pictures did great justice for that. I did get to see that. So thank you for that. Branham looks great. All the stuff that you guys are pulling together, really appreciate it. And soon, someday, there'll be kids get to enjoy these sites as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. All right, thank you all so much. We're going to move on to our next item, which is our consent calendar. So really quick, action on all consent calendar items will be acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote, unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Before we have a motion, is there any item that someone would like to pull? I'll make a motion to approve the entire consent calendar.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Christina. Is there any discussion? See none. If we could please get a roll call vote.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Barrett.
Aye.
All right, so the 5-0 vote, the consent calendar passes. Thank you for those of you who are joining in case we pulled an item. You're welcome to stay, but you're also go have a fun night. Board item 16A is consideration of action regarding district response to COVID-19. We do have many blue cards this evening. So I was hoping to do was let's go and hear the public comment, and then maybe we can take a 5 or 10 minute recess. Since it's 8, and we try to do those every couple hours, and then we'll come back and we'll dive into the staff portion of that item. So for those of you watching at home, we do have a board policy that we hold discussion or public comment to 20 minutes per topic, and we have about 20 digital blue cards this evening. And so we're going to limit the discussion today to 1 minute. At 1 minute, we'll mute the lines so that if you have additional feedback, as I'm sure many of you may have been planning to speak a little bit longer, please send it to us. It's not that we do not want to hear your comments, but in the course of this meeting, to be efficient with time, that's what we're going to do. And we heard about, I think we had like 30 emails from teachers, 40 today. So we probably heard pieces of what you're going to say, but please send us your comments if it was going to go over 1 minute. And we'll go ahead and get started. If we can get Meredith Allen on the phone.
President Gallagher,
Yes.
while that's being done, since there may be some comments that need to be added, it might be a good idea for people to email the whole board as one, as opposed to separate emails to each, so we can make sure we're all seeing the same comments.
Yeah, that's a good point. One of our board norms is that we try to make sure the board is operating with the same information at the same time. And so if you are to email the board, you can email us separately, but our norm is that the board president responds on behalf of the board. And so typically people just forward it to me anyways, and then I'll CC everyone. So that's probably the most efficient use of time for everyone, so we can take more time reading it as opposed to trying to figure out who sent who what. That way we all have the same information. All right, how are we doing on contacting our first caller? I heard a ring.
Kaylin, I got the voicemail twice. Do you want me to?
Yeah, that's our norm. It's if we don't get someone twice, we'll move on to the next caller. So if we can get Joycelyn Flores, please. Sorry, Jocelyn Flores. And some of the people, when they put under school, they put their, I think what might have been their comment. And so some of the people may have thought, I don't know. So that could be what's happening, but we'll call everyone.
There's got to be a better way to do this.
If you find a board that's doing a better way, send me a video.
Yeah. Yeah, point taken. You're right. I don't have a clue.
Oh, no, sorry, that's not a point. Just
no, really, I don't have a clue.
We're not going to solve it right now, but let's.
Cumbersome. There ought to be something, but I don't know what it would be.
I've seen board meetings where they give a link and they just keep people in the.
It's harder for staff.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, well then.
But they toyed with everything, trust me. But if you have suggestions, please email them to me and Dr. Bravo. We'll figure it out.
Called Jocelyn twice.
Okay.
Jocelyn twice. I was unable to get a hold of her.
Let's move on to Liz Tanner.
Speed is relative. We used to dial phones. Now we want to just touch the number and have our phone do it for us.
Yeah.
Riley's laughing. Riley, have you even seen a dial phone? I know an antique store you can visit.
I've seen one. There's still one at my grandparents' house. I don't know why they still have it, but it's still there.
Is it connected?
I think so. Usually it rings at random times, but I haven't seen them use it in a few years. So
That's awesome.
You know, back in the day when there was only one phone company, it was a monopoly. You had to rent your phone, your dial phone from them. to have
Yes.
phone service.
And before that, there was a thing called a party line. Several households shared the same phone line. You were on the
All
opposite.
right. We have our commenter. John, we're on with Liz.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Liz, it's Kaylin. You're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet. Tonight, because we have so many comment cards, people are going to have 1 minute. And then if you have additional comments, please email the board.
Okay, I'll be super quick. Hi, Liz Tanner, AP Gov teacher at leave, taking a break from returns to call in. Thanks and congrats to Kaylin and Linda for winning their election and for speaking to my class about running a campaign. I just wanted to say that we all want to return to campus, to our classrooms, our students, our lives. I'm a parent too, and I see my 4th and 8th graders struggling at home with distant learning, but there's so many unknowns. Is there a sample schedule? I've heard about schedule changes. I just really can't understand why we would create more instability for our students and disrupt the quality programs teachers have worked so hard, oh my God, so hard to build the last few months. What would a hybrid schedule even look like? Changing students, teachers is not in anyone's best interest right now, right? Our district is supposed to be all about relationships first. I'm also concerned about what a notification would look like for a potential and likely outbreak on campus. We already have a sub shortage. What about the HVAC? Is that safe for an airborne viral infection? I just don't understand why we're even considering reopening in winter.
All right, Liz, I apologize, but that is the 1 minute. So if you do have additional comments, please email them to the board, and then we'll make sure that we read them during this time. Thank you. If we could please get Melanie Vega.
Trustees, while John is trying to dial Melanie, just as a reminder in your own reference, there are samples of hybrid schedules in the reopening plan that the reopening committee did back in June. So if people are looking for samples, those are some samples there. But again, it's very hard to have more specific samples if we don't know what kinds of participation we would be potentially looking at.
All right, we are ready.
All right, hi Melanie, you're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet, and tonight we're unfortunately limiting to 1 minute just because there's so many comments. We want to get to everyone. So you have 1 minute from when you start, and then if you have additional comments, please email the board.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm Melanie. I'm an English teacher at Branham. I've seen both the proposed models restructured and simultaneously, and I'm worried that, even though the simultaneous model seems like it might be the most feasibly implemented in terms of the least number of scheduling concerns, it poses other problems in regards to safety, cost, and effective teaching. Teachers are sacrificing their own time, relationships, and well-being in the interest of what's best for students, doubly so now with online learning. And I'm worried hybrid learning is going to push teachers over the edge with very little added benefit to students, especially if only 8 to 11 can be in the classroom at a time. We had minimal, ineffective last-minute training for Canvas. I'm worried it'll be the same for hybrid teaching. How do I effectively teach students online and in person and give enough attention to both at the same time? And the students who come to school, it won't be normal school as usual. It'll be online learning on a computer in the classroom because you have to be in mass, you have to be 6 feet apart, you can't share, do group work, any of those things. So how long will it be, for these students who are getting maybe slightly better education, if not worse, when...
All right, Melanie, I apologize. That is our minute. If you do have additional thoughts, please email the board. I'm sure you have some of that written out, so please send it over to the 5 board members. And we're going to move on to our next caller, who is Russ. No last name provided.
All right, we're ready. Russ.
All right. Hi, Russ. You're on
Hi,
with
this
the
is
board.
Russ. Can you hear me?
On the internet. You have 1 minute, and then if you do have additional thoughts past that minute, please email them over to the board. We want to hear, but we're trying to make sure we get to everyone this evening.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you great.
Okay, thank you. I understand that teachers and staff didn't expect this to continue as long, and I understand that teachers are doing the best that they can. However, I just have a couple comments about returning to the classroom. In my viewpoint as a parent, students are not getting the instruction needed for success. Studies about home learning show that it's not as beneficial as classroom learning. When a student asks a question, especially for a private comment about not understanding a lesson or feeling lost, all the students hear that comment in the classroom. I think that with proper safety precautions, students can return to the schools maybe once a week, especially for lab classes like biology. Specifically to Branham, they built two buildings that aren't being used. They built a pool that hasn't been used. And my final thought, students need social interaction. I get to go to work, but to some students, this isolation is similar to being grounded for the past 6 months. That's the end of my comments, and I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Then next up, we have Donetta Tordesillas.
Jalen, can you repeat the name?
Yeah, Donetta Tordesillas. If I mispronounce that, I apologize.
All right,
No worries.
All right. Hi, Donna. You're on with the board. You're streaming live on the internet. You have 1 minute just because we're trying to fit everyone in our 20 minutes today. And we have lots of speakers. So go ahead and start. If you have additional thoughts, please email them to the board.
Yes, I am very afraid for students to go back live to teaching. My brothers, 5 of my brothers got together with their children with my dad on Father's Day. He ended up dying in August over that one thing, and there were only 20 people there. It was not even 25, and everybody had masks, and nobody had a temperature. My dad passed away. 2 of my brothers got it. My niece and my nephew got it, and thankfully they lived, but their ongoing trouble with breathing continues to this day. So I'm very afraid, because all it takes is one kid to get everyone else sick, and we don't know everybody's health. We don't know what's going to happen to the kids that are surrounded by them. And so I worry about my students, and I worry about myself.
Donna, thank you so much. And unfortunately, that's the time, but I think I speak for everyone when we say we're so sorry to hear about your loss. And thank you for calling in. Our next caller is Dean Lorenzo.
All right, I have Dean here.
All right, hi Dean, you're on with the board. Because we have so many blue cards tonight, we're limiting our comments to 1 minute. But if you do have additional thoughts, please email them to the board. We want to hear them. We're just trying to make sure we can get to everyone tonight.
Sounds good. All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Dean Lorenzo, biology teacher from Prospect High School. When we started distance learning this year, I know I had to take a lot of personal time just to make changes within my lesson plans for my kids to ensure they get the best education possible. I can't tell you how many hours I spent putting into changing those plans, because honestly, it's just too hard to count. I've spent hours creating routines, videos, adapting the use of online technology like Canvas, Nearpod, Kahoot, and Edpuzzle to engage my students in our discussions of life. My major concern about next year is if we do decide to go back for a hybrid format, I know I will not have enough time once again to change my lesson plans to fit my classroom. I honestly can't find this time, and honestly, I want to be a teacher, but this will cause me to burn out. I want to be there for my kids. I want the best for my kids, and I look for the best ideas to bring them back into the classroom ASAP, but routines have been set. I promised my kids from the beginning of the year that I will stay consistent.
Dean and I apologize, but that is the 1 minute. So if you do have conclusions to those thoughts, please send them to the board. Our emails are on the district website. And we'll move on to our next caller, Christina McQueen.
My first board meeting from home. So I've had my dog jump in my lap and my dog scratch to get in. I'm going to have to find another spot where the dog can't find me.
All right, I have Christina here.
All right, hi Christina. This is Kaylin. You're on with the whole board. You're on the internet. Because we have so many comment cards tonight, we're limiting comments to 1 minute per person, and then the line gets muted. So if you do have additional thoughts, please send it over to the board via email.
I understand, and thank you so much for having me. First off, I'd like to thank the CUHSD teachers and staff fire relief fund committee, Michelle, Andrea, Nick, Lisa, Kaylin, and Kim for your incredible and generous support. My family and I was a victim, and it's been such a hard and emotional and challenging year in my family, and I thank you so much. As for plans for the second semester, I want nothing more than to return to in-person instruction, but I am still uncomfortable and feel it is dangerous to go back to in-person instruction for the physical, mental, and emotional health and safety of our students, staff, and the community at large, especially those who are high risk or unknowingly vulnerable. It was so nice to hear from Gitanjali, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Riley about what's been working. And I wanted to echo a similar report. Yesterday and today, I informally surveyed my students. In fact, I do it every day, checking in with them. Out of 70 students, mostly freshmen and sophomore, but a few upperclassmen, I asked, how was distance learning for you at the beginning of the school year?
Sorry, I was muted. Unfortunately, Christine, that was time and the line muted. So if you do have, it sounds like there's more to that. So please email it to the board tonight if you can, so we can all read through it. And we're going to move on to our next caller, who's Chris Hackett.
Kaylin, what was the name of the last one?
Christina McQueen.
Okay, cool.
All right, Chris is here.
All right, hi, Chris, you're on with the board. Tonight, because we have so many blue cards, we're trying to get to all of them. So we're limiting our comments to 1 minute, at which point the line mutes. So if you have additional thoughts past your minute, please email them in. And your time starts whenever you start.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. We, the teachers of Westmont, have concerns about moving to a hybrid model for spring 2021. Time is just one of the major concerns with the hybrid model. For learning to happen, teachers need to make the most of their instructional minutes with students. Hybrid will not increase instructional minutes because these minutes have to be divided even more to accommodate fewer students taught by the same number of teachers across different platforms. Public schools operate with the fewest number of adults necessary for the student population. A hybrid model requires fewer than 11 students in a classroom. Thus, providing instructional minutes for 35 students in a period, given the already stressed ratio, would reduce synchronous learning for all students. There is simply not enough time. While only a few students can attend school together, other students must continue to learn from home. Our goal is to educate all students so that they meet or exceed the standards for their grades. The hybrid model puts this goal and students' achievement at risk because it takes away something we know works: time spent learning. Much time has already been spent adapting school for distance learning. All teachers agree that traditional in-person learning is far more.
All right, Chris, I'm sorry, but that is our time, so line mutes. If you do have additional thoughts, please email them to the board tonight so that we can read through them. And we're going to move on to our next caller, Kathy Johnsgard.
All right, we were ready to go with Kathy.
All right, hi Kathy, you're on with the board tonight because we're trying to make sure everyone can speak. We're limiting comments to 1 minute per person, and that time the line will mute. So if you're mid-sentence or have additional thoughts, please email the board tonight, and your time will start when you start.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kathy Johnsgard. I'm teaching U.S. history over at Westmont High School, and I just wanted to add another concern that the Westmont teachers have about the hybrid model and student interaction. The hybrid will not allow students to interact as they have traditionally. In the hybrid format, there'll be no group work, no collaboration, no small group discussions, no simulations, no role playing, none of the research-based activities that make a classroom effective, that reinforce student learning, that engage students in collaborative problem solving is an option. So the hybrid model increases the virus exposure ratio without any educational benefits. Students are still only allowed to learn using the tools provided by Zoom and Canvas. These they already have. Students can already use Zoom and Canvas without any increased risk to their health, to their family's health, and without any increased risk of losing extracurricular activities such as sports. In a hybrid model, students will not be safe from potential exposure to viruses. Students will not remain static or 6 feet apart during the break and lunch. Photographic and anecdotal.
Kathy, I apologize, but that was the 1 minute mark. And so I think you're mid-sentence there. Please send over the rest of your thoughts to the whole board via email. We really want to hear them. And we're going to move on to our next caller, Barbara Schremp.
I have Barbara here and she's ready to go.
All right. Hi, Barbara. You're on with the board tonight because we have so many blue cards. We want to make sure we hear from everyone. So we're limiting comments to 1 minute per person. But if you do have additional thoughts or get cut off mid-sentence, please email the board. You have 1 minute and then the line will mute when you reach that time.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of another teacher who couldn't speak tonight. To the CUHSD board members, I have been working for CUHSD for over a decade. I am dedicated, involved, and pre-COVID loved my job and plan to continue in this career for 30 plus years. Now I'm taking it day by day. I suffer from diagnosed anxiety. The idea of speaking myself at this meeting fills me with dread, and even writing this email is difficult for me to do, which is why I have asked a CHTSA member to read this for me. The idea of going back to work in person in springtime is quite frankly a terrible idea. I'm barely keeping it together, just doing distance learning, so learning an entirely new and untested model in time for January with no training is impossible. I hope you will consider these points when deciding to decide whether to force students and teachers to go back. If I am asked to work in person in a hybrid model, I will take a leave of absence or quit. Those would be my only options left open to me to protect my physical and mental health. Sorry, I had to edit it significantly to fit the time.
That's okay, and that's time. But if you could please, if you have the full email, we'd love to read it. If you could please email it to the entire board, and then we will move to our next caller, Joe Nakamura.
All right, Joe's ready to go.
All right, hi Joe, you're on with the board. Because we have so many blue cards we want to get to tonight, we're limiting comments to 1 minute per person so we can get through all of them. As we might imagine you have additional thoughts.
Okay, great.
All right.
I'll be concluding the thoughts by Chris Haskett and Kathy Johnsgard. The hybrid model creates uncertainty. If a student or adult tests positive, how many classes do we need to quarantine? Will students and adults be tested before coming onto campus? How often will they be tested? Are parents required to report a positive test to the school? How many cases do we have to detect before we shut down the school? Many scenarios are possible, but one result is certain. All of these result in the loss of instructional minutes as students must be moved into other classes, a class that might not be operating at the same pace. Switching to hybrid means rescheduling everybody. All students will have new schedules. Some students will lose classes. To ensure all students learn, we must protect our students' health and decrease their stress. A hybrid model does not help us achieve any of those goals. For the reasons we have stated, we believe that it is best for student safety and academic achievement to remain in the current distance learning format when classes resume for the spring of 2021 semester. We understand that connectivity hubs have been created, and we encourage administration to continue with these and possibly expand them in areas where possible.
I thank you, and sorry, that's the minute. And so please, I know you sent a letter from many Westmont teachers today. If you have additional thoughts, please email them to the board tonight so we can read over them. And we're going to move on to our next caller, who is Lynette Jackson.
Kaylin, no answer from Lynette.
You tried twice?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Kristen Kim, please. And for those of you who missed your call, or calls, I guess, both of them, I'm sure that was on purpose. So please go ahead and email the board what would have been your comments so we can hear them. And thank you. We have Chris and Kim, and then we have 2 more, and then we'll take our recess.
All right, I have her on the phone.
All right, hi, Kristen, you're on with the board. Tonight, because we have so many blue cards, we're limiting our comments to 1 minute per person. So at that point, the line will mute. And so if you get cut off or have additional things to say, please email them to the board. And your time will start when you begin.
Okay. So I'm Kristen Kim. I've been a teacher prospect for 27 years. I truly miss being in school because I feel they're behind. I want to see my students in person. I miss them, but I have hypertension and type 2 diabetes, which are the top 2 underlying conditions among the COVID deaths. And I feel that sending me back to the classroom would basically be a death sentence. In fact, right now, I'm paying $400 to be in an Airbnb for 14 days because my boyfriend was in Florida for a week, and I felt that I needed to quarantine from him. I mean, so that's the extreme measures I'm taking right now to protect myself from COVID. And I already have a doctor's note on file with HR, and currently my doctor will not clear me to return to campus. So that's basically what I wanted to say. I'm very high risk, and I do not feel safe going back to school second semester. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And we will now go to Anu Tandon.
Okay, we're ready to go.
All right, hi, Anu, you're on with the board. Tonight, because we have so many blue cards, we're limiting comments to 1 minute. At that point, the line will mute. And so if you do have additional thoughts or get cut off mid-sentence, please email the entire board so we can read your thoughts tonight.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Sure. So respected Dr. Bravo and members of the board, hybrid learning is to a certain extent in-person interaction, but the fact remains I cannot still get close to my students in the classroom. I'll be standing in front of the room. I can't assess their work. I can't give them suggestions based on what they are writing. Granted, perhaps I can stay at my desk and observe working them through Zoom and type live comments, and they can respond, but isn't that something I'm already doing since March? Also, in case that's not enough, grown-up men and women are failing to wear masks and maintain social distancing. Do we seriously expect teenagers who are amongst the most social beings on the planet to simply stay away from each other while at school? Don't get me wrong, I do want to teach. I love teaching, but I want to know what every student of mine is doing everywhere at once, which at least is happening online to a certain extent. Instead of some half-baked solution with no pair work, no group work, no labs, we may as well stick with online learning and improve it. Let us not risk the lives of everyone on and off campus for little or no improvement over what we are doing currently.
All right, Anu, unfortunately, that's the minute. And so if you do have additional thoughts, please email them to the board tonight, and we will read them. And thank you for calling in. And then we have Gordon Pound. Board, one of the callers who we missed, there was a typo in the phone number. And so after Gordon Pound, Lynette Jackson we have the right number now. And then I'll conclude public comment.
right, I have Gordon here.
All right. Hi, Gordon. You're on with the board. Because we have so many comments tonight, we're limiting comments to 1 minute per person. If you have additional thoughts or get cut off halfway through a sentence, please email the board tonight and email all of us. And we'll read the comments tonight. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
I understand. I won't take a minute. I'll make it very concise. I haven't written anything down, but I feel very strongly that while I do respect all of the concerns, I do have I do listen a lot to what people have to say, but I feel very strongly the opposite. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not worried for my children. And I go just by the data. I'm not worried about myself. There are some exceptions. I get that. I understand. But at the end of the day, we are social people. Human beings are social. And so at the end of the day, our kids are not doing well. A lot of them are not doing well. What is the means to the end? If hybrid is not the answer, then we need to, since we changed the rules, we need to let everybody know what the rules are. Hence, having later, turning in assignments later, or having a later start time or an earlier start time, or better communication. This has not been good. There's lots of suggestions I would suggest, but there's not enough time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. And if you do have additional thoughts, either now or later, please email the board. We love to hear them. And we will move on to our next caller, Lynette Jackson.
All right, Lynette is here.
All right. Hi, Lynette. You're on with the board. I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but because we have so many commenters tonight, we're limiting comments to 1 minute per person. So if you have more to say or get cut off mid-sentence, please email the board so we can hear your thoughts. And you have 1 minute starting whenever you're ready.
I started teaching at Lee High School in 1998. 1 year later, Columbine school shooting and bombing occurred. For 20 years of my career, I have sat in school safety trainings where they have showed me how to protect my students from an active shooter. I've heard of fatal funnels and interior barricades. Faculty had heard of protective equipment that we could use to help us better protect our students and ourselves. We asked admin and district staff to get us that equipment. I'm sad to report that 20 years later, there has been nothing of significance that has been provided to protect us from an active shooter. Now I'm supposed to expect that the admin in the district will provide me equipment to protect me from a small virus particle. I have very little faith that you will find the best way to protect me. I encourage you to choose distance learning where I am safe from an active shooter and from the COVID virus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our public comment on 16A. Board, at this time, I'd like to take a recess, maybe come back at 8:55 p.m., which gives us 12 minutes.
You mean 7?
You mean 7:55?
You know, this clock is not sprung back yet or fallen back. So yes, whatever that time is, the 55 mark.
Thank you.
Yeah, unless you want to do an hour and 12 minutes. Okay. See y'all in a little bit. All right, so if the board wants to start heading back to the computers, getting their camera on, just so we know you're here. We'll get started in about a minute. I've reset my clock, so I've now fallen back.
Good thinking, Kaylin.
It's going to get darker earlier.
Yeah. I was actually sitting there and I was like, I can't believe it's already 9. Where I didn't fully understand where the time went. It's just I'm so used to things automatically updating. Yeah. And thank you for everyone for understanding. It's, a limited time so we get more people in to speak. And once again, if you do have additional thoughts, please send over emails. We can't read them right now because we're in a board meeting, but we will read them tonight or tomorrow morning. Once we have everyone back, we can go ahead and get started. All right, Robert, you out there? You're muted, but I can see you. Cool. All right, great. So we're back. It is 7:57 p.m. and we're starting the post-public comment section of 16A, consideration of action regarding the district response to COVID-19. Dr. Bravo, are you starting us off tonight? All right, take it away.
All right, thank you to President Gallagher. Board members, this item got a lot of public comment, as to be expected, and is completely reasonable. This is a heavy decision that weighs upon us as well. What shall we do as time goes on and COVID continues to present its challenges? So I just want to start by, let's just all remind ourselves sort of the process that we said we were going to be following in this fall in preparation for winter, and where we're at now in relation to that process. So earlier I shared with you a timeline, and that timeline expressed that late October and November were really going to be the times of learning. We have different models that were drawn up by the Reopening Steering Committee back in June. And those models could still apply for whatever it is we choose to do next. So right now, the emphasis is on learning what our teachers think is the right thing to do, learning what parents think is the right thing to do, learning what students think is the right thing to do, and learning from the experience of other schools. Additionally, to follow what's new in the world of science and public health. And as you know, next Thursday, 1 week from today, you're going to have a study session just on the question of science. And we're very fortunate that we will have, for a short period of that meeting, the participation of Dr. Monica Roy of the Department of Public Health. So the recommendation that I have told you that I will supply for you on December 1st, I've had asked people to say, like, so what are you going to do? What are you going to recommend? And I say, honestly, I don't know, because I feel like that if I knew right now, then I'm not really learning right now. I have to be open to learn from what all of our stakeholders feel, what science tells us, and what else is happening in the state. So in the spirit of learning, I asked a small team of staff to visit Orange County earlier this week, just to see what it looks like in a high school there that is doing in-person learning. I'm not trying to sell that to anybody right now, but I do want us to learn from it, because I think, you as trustees, you're all I'm very happy. It's fun to have a group of trustees that are all very smart and highly educated people. And I think you're going to ask lots of hard questions over the next coming weeks. And so I think we have to do our homework. And I think that you would fairly expect that we would have some idea of what is happening in other districts. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a conversation with area superintendents, just another check-in to see what's going on with them. What are their plans? Some districts like San Jose Unified have already made the statement, we're coming back in January. But do they mean high school too, or just elementary? And that's the trick. If we take a look at many of our surrounding neighbors, and we look for a high school plan, nobody really can say exactly what they think they're going to do in January. So we're all learning from each other, learning from other experiences. In his comments, Chista Treasurer Bethune made a comment that I just want to make sure is clear, because he mentioned that something to the effect that he was disappointed that bargaining would not begin until December 2nd, and that I wasn't going to be meeting with Chista until that time. Just to clarify, I have a regular cadence of meetings with Chista President and Vice President. One is in the calendar right now for next week. So I think that Chista continuously is going to be a stakeholder like other stakeholders that for sure I need to listen to and bring you the best information I can regarding. So it may have given the impression that that's not happening, and that would be a misunderstanding. When we talk about bargaining happening on December 2nd, we cannot bargain the effects of something that we don't know we're going to do. So, well, by all means, I want to engage with the Campbell High School Teachers Association between now and the recommendation. We cannot necessarily bargain before I have direction from you, Paul, about what you think the right thing to do is next semester. So as that is just some introductory commentary, I'm going to ask Meredith Hudson and Herman Cerda to share with you some of the learnings they had from their visit to Orange County earlier this week. And as I mentioned, as much as possible, I've asked them both, don't try and sell anybody anything. It's learning Tell them what you saw that looked good. Tell them what you saw that didn't look good. Tell us in what ways are the conditions in this particular district in Orange County similar to ours or different from ours. So that's the spirit, hopefully, in which you will receive their report. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Meredith and Herman.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I will get us started, and I think we have a couple of slides. We're gonna show you mostly some photos, but give you a couple of highlights. So I'll get us started, and then Herman and I will just sort of alternate. John, if you don't mind going to the next slide. So again, as Dr. Bravo shared, we're going to sort of try to touch on similarities and differences between our district or our county and the site that we observed or visited, share some of those promising components of their plan and those that might be a little less promising or maybe less applicable for us in our area. Next slide. So just a couple of quick highlights. So we visited a unified school district, Los Alamitos Unified District. It's a TK-12. It is a single high school district. So there's one high school for that school district with approximately 3,200 students in normal times. And I think one of the things I wanted to just highlight, I'm over in this differences area. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that their sort of primary source of guidance, if you will, is the California Department of Public Health school guidance. And that is a very important document. But I know that our county has produced even more documentation, many tools and resources around school reopening that I'm not sure if their county has produced similar, but the California Department of Health is really sort of their guidance. And the school has probably a similar demographic makeup to a Lee or a Branham and compared to our district. Next slide. So I'm going to try to just break down, because I think the first question for us is just what does hybrid can mean many, many things. So what does this model look like, sound like? And so I'll try to break it down for you just in here. And then again, we'll share with you again some of the highlights. So again, about 3,200 students. In their model, approximately 500 students requested a distance learning model. So they were sort of, they're at home. It's called Los Al at home. They're completing distance learning only. And so the remaining students, they broke up into two groups, a morning group and an afternoon group. And you can probably imagine right there that that's a lot more students on campus at any given time than what we would think is even possible at our campuses. So that's just one big difference already. But again, we'll actually, if you'll go to the next slide, I'll just walk you through the schedule, and then Herman's going to start with some of just the promising takeaways or what we thought were the highlights. So if you think of a student that is in the morning group, a student goes to school, as in Group A, goes to school in the mornings, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. Wednesday is a full distance learning day. all the in-person learners join the distance learning folks. This model, though, is not concurrent, so there is no live streaming of instruction from the classroom to the distance learners. There are teachers assigned to distance learning only, or primarily. I will say there is some concurrent teaching for some very specific singleton classes, but it's not the primary method of instruction. So again, you have students that are coming to campus in the mornings. Monday is a zero if they have a zero period, a first, second, and third period, and then Tuesday goes backwards. So then 7 if they have a 7th period, or 6, 5, 4. So over Monday and Tuesday, a student in Group A interacts with all of their teachers. So they think of it, they describe it as the teacher interacts with their students 3 times a week, basically on the either Monday, Tuesday combo, in distance learning on Wednesday, or on the Thursday, Friday combo. So I'll pause there and let Herman take it away in terms of just the positives or the promising components.
Thank you, Meredith. Good evening, trustees. My name is Herman Cerda, the Assistant Supervisor Services. And one thing we forgot to mention, we also took a principal Larry Lopez to the school site visit, to the district visit. And so I'll talk about when we first arrived. So when we arrived, we actually got there at about 7 in the morning. And one of the first observations from when we got there was you had teachers arriving, not from the 0 period, but more from, for period 1, where it was very impressive how they pretty much followed a routine, very disciplined. Everyone reports to the main office where they are health screened, their temperature is taken. So every single adult, approximately 200 faculty and staff, their temperature is taken before they enter the campus. And so once that happens, they're in. We then decided to, since we were only there for cohort A or group A, which was approximately 1,300 students, and this includes the 0 period and as well through 4th period, which is dismissed at 10:40 a.m. They do have 4 entry points, not a single entry point like we've been doing here at the district. And so we decided to observe one of the entry points where the gates are not opened until 7:35. And so we did not observe any students mass gathering, waiting for the gates to be opened. The parents, the students are very disciplined in that 7:35, the bell rings, students are then allowed to enter campus. There are 2 adults at every entry point where they have extra face masks, and they are checking every student before they enter. And if a student does not have one, I did observe approximately 10 students, there may have been more, that either forgot it, did not have it, don't know what what the reason was, but they were given one. And so every adult has extra face masks for all the students. And so the moment they then enter the campus, there is a 0 period and the bell rings, the passing bell rings at 7:40 a.m., where they have 10-minute passing periods for every period. They do not have breaks, no lunch break, no nutrition. They have 10-minute passing periods. You want to go ahead and change the slide. So before I get into this, so once the bell rings, the students, I did not see an adult, ushering students, hey, you got to go to class. It was pretty much very, very automatic for the students. And you can tell that they've been doing it for a while. And once they get to class, every teacher has a thermometer. They do get extra batteries in case they run out. And before the students enter class, the teacher takes their temperature. Can you go to the next slide, please? And at every entrance of every classroom, there are alcohol wipes. You have sanitizers. Every student sanitizes after they've taken their temperature, sanitizes their hands, gets alcohol wipes. They are responsible for wiping their desks, desk boards. And so every student does that. There are 20 to 1 students per class, and Meredith will talk a little bit more about that. And so they are very responsible. They sanitize their desk boards, and then of course teacher begins the instruction. And so then they transition, or that's what they call it, their passing periods. They transition into other classes. And so can you go to the next slide? One of the things with here, what you're seeing here is some teachers have the option of actually, if they don't want to teach inside a classroom, they have a lot of canopies that they've ordered. I must have counted about 15, 20 outside. Tennis courts had it for choir, for some of their PE classes. Here, this is one that was set up for a class, and they can actually sign up and check, and actually provide their instruction, deliver their instruction outside, outdoors. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. The students, when they're transitioning from one class to the other, there are signs. I mean, they are all over. The school campus is decorated with signs everywhere. Exit, enter, one-way foot traffic, and the students were very disciplined in that they do follow. I did not see a student exiting from an entrance or not following the traffic patterns foot patterns that, signage that was painted either on the ground or on the actual walls, guiding students in the direction that they had to move. So that was something that was very, very promising. Another highlight here is that what was shared by some of the administrators in our conversations with them is that they've observed that there are a significant increase in student disruptions, referrals. Students want to be there. And they also reported that they've never seen such high attendance for the students that are in person. They have approximately, Meredith stated earlier, that there's a little bit over 2,700 students combined from cohort A and cohort B, and their attendance is close to 100%. We did not pull any data where they showed us that was their attendance rate, but we took their word for it. They were very impressed with that, as well as the lack of referrals. They did have one, and they did highlight that they did have one particular student that refused to wear their face mask and was warned multiple times, but after counseling and then just informing the student that if he was not going to follow the rules, he was going to be enrolled in the at Los Alamitos online 100% of the time, compliance, the student complied. And so they really don't have any issues where kids are not, following the rules. There were a couple of students while we were meeting with the actual Los Alamitos district staff and school staff where you would observe some students where their face mask would drop below their nose, and the administrator, the principal, all they would do is point to their nose and look at the student, and the student would lift their face mask. It was just very impressive in that sense. They also reported that they saw a huge improvement in just student well-being and mental health. They're not getting as many referrals where students, are high anxiety, panic attacks. Students are a lot happier that when they are in campus, and that's something that they were reporting. The other thing that I thought was very also a great highlight was that their custodial staff as well as their administrators were very much on top of ensuring that every classroom was sanitized and that the custodian or person that was actually sanitizing the room signed off that, hey, this was sanitized. And one of the examples that Principal Larry Lopez gave is that if you've been to a Chili's, you go into the restroom, you open it, and there's a checklist there where that someone's cleaned or sanitized the room. And so that was their peace of mind that we heard also from a teacher, a couple of teachers that we spoke with. The other thing that we did thought was a very good highlight, they had their Wednesdays is also 100% online, similar to ours for our students. But one of the things that they are doing during that time is the teachers dedicate their time after school or during lunchtime to target their 9th grade students. They felt that it was very important to work with their freshmen because it was their first year who have a D or an F, and also their outgoing seniors, because those are the seniors that need to fulfill graduation requirements or whatever course they're not showing academic progress in. And so that's something that they felt was very, and it was very impressive. They're providing a lot of academic support. The other highlight that one of the English teachers that we spoke with was he used the 10-minute transition time to provide more individualized academic support for 1 or 2 students that were present and were struggling academically. And so those are some of the highlights. I will go ahead and turn this over. I did skip a couple of the slides, but you want to go to the next one, John? This is just some of the signage here, the hallways where the lockers are not used and students are not complaining about it. I did ask about that. Are you getting complaints? Because I know when I was a principal, I would get complaints when, you know, we didn't assign lockers, that back problems, the books are heavy, and they have yet to receive a single complaint. Next slide, please. And this is the checklist that they use. And we were there on that Tuesday in the morning. And so that was the day we didn't, in that specific room, they had not sanitized it yet. And then the next slide, please. And this is just an example of the room. They do have the actual, and it actually covers the entire desk for the students that are in the classroom. Next slide, please. And this is Meredith and Larry Lopez scoping out the classroom. We got to walk through maybe 4, 5, 6 different classes. And this was the English class that we visited on that particular day. Next slide, please. Meredith, did you want to cover? Yeah.
Actually, if you don't mind going backwards, John, is it possible to go back? I think this is, so I think Herman really summarized that a lot of the promising ideas here, that that the staff reports sort of increased mental well-being for students and strong attendance. And I think just sort of summarizing, operationally, the systems and procedures seem to be in place. So from the temperature checking to the student arrival and exit, again, those operations were very, very clear. But I think if we pause here, I think it's obvious, but I think that the challenge, the real takeaway of what is more concerning is this is not necessarily 6 feet distance between students. So this, what's closest to us in the picture is a teacher desk with a shield, and then student desks. There are a couple of just sort of many things associated with this classroom that we learned and shared. Again, the proximity. If there is a positive case, they're actually measuring in the classroom to determine those students who would be considered a close contact within 6 feet. So again, their model is built off of approximately 20 students per class, and I think that is not fully aligned with what our county guidance would be, and so is a big flag or concern. We also heard from the teacher in this classroom that student engagement is challenging. So we know student engagement is challenging with distance learning, but student engagement is challenging even in person. So while students may be performing better or the experience is positive, the teacher said that when a student is wearing a face covering and has a plastic shield around themselves, that it's challenging for the teacher to hear the student. So that engagement, the conversation, interactive learning is a huge challenge. So he says he often will stand in the middle of the classroom. The proximity to students, so being able to sort of say, hey, I'm here if a student is putting his head down or something else or disengaging. But again, engagement overall is a challenge. I think that's probably, this room just shows a lot of the overall instructional challenges, and again, the physical distancing, which it's very problematic. And then maybe, John, can you go to the next slide? So this is just an example of supplies and equipment. This district estimated about $20,000 a month in PPE or supplies, alcohol wipes, sanitizer, et cetera. So it's obviously a huge financial investment, both in terms of materials and supplies, but also in staff. So as Herman mentioned, they have secured additional staff to serve as campus supervisors to monitor those gates. They have secured substitutes and struggled to secure substitutes, which we've talked about in a number of conversations. Substitutes are difficult to secure in normal times and particularly challenging. So again, and then finally, just in terms of getting to that schedule that we showed you earlier, a challenge or an issue is really, it was getting to the schedule, to be honest with you, to be able to assign students to the cohorts, keeping classes balanced, and not causing too much of a disruption. I believe that that school already had a sort of 6 or 7 period day schedule. So it's a little different than our scenario with a block schedule, but moving students into the cohorts and keeping those balanced and trying to keep siblings together within similar cohorts is just a very logistical challenge, even in that kind of schedule. I think that might be our last photo, but there we go. Yep. So those hopefully are some of the sort of highlights and takeaways, and happy to answer questions.
Yeah, and if I could just reframe, right? Like I think the purpose of tonight is to receive this information, to learn from it, to understand. And so clarifying questions are probably really on point with that theme. Going beyond to thoughts and things like that, that's, I mean, you're publicly elected to the board, you can do what you want. But the point of this tonight, right, is to receive the information, to understand, to ask questions. And we'll move on from there. I have one clarifying question, so I can model that. Meredith, just to make sure I understood what you said in that picture of that classroom, what I understood was that in Santa Clara County, that would not be allowed, but in Orange County it is. Can you talk about why?
Yeah, I mean, in our county, our guidance is definitely 6 feet from the teacher and 6 feet apart from students as practicable. But I think that practicable, we would not interpret as a recommendation, that we have interpreted that as a requirement.
From the county.
Mm-hmm.
So if we tried that in this county, they'd come shut us down, or there'd be.
I don't know that they would shut us down. I think they would probably be concerned of, our job is to reduce risk. So we implement all of those requirements and many of the recommendations and considerations in our county materials, all in the name of reducing risk. Every intervention that we apply, from face covering to distancing to shields to hand washing, to every intervention reduces risk. And so I think they would be very concerned about the risk.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been going to the Santa Clara County School Board Association bi-monthly meetings with Dr. Dewan. And it was a couple of meetings ago when she was talking about the requirements. And I actually asked the question about enforcement, if they were going to be coming and measuring desks and, and all that kind of stuff. And she said no. That they were really looking to be supporting districts. And she actually did mention, and I'm going to ask Bob to verify this to make sure that I'm remembering this correctly, but she did actually mention that part of the guidelines give some flexibility to have that practicable spacing of desks be less than 6 feet. And it would be okay as long as you've got all the you're doing what you can in the spaces that you have. So I don't think that these are like the 10 commandments written in stone, brought down from the mountaintop type requirements. I think that there is that has been my impression in the presentations from Dr. Dewan and in some of the questions and answers that board members have had of her over the last several weeks.
Well, Trustee Brown, I made a point to reread, though, the current guidance document from the Department of Public Health, and the phrase "when practicable" is not in there. So, I know that phrase is showing up at times, but it actually doesn't say that in the black and white of it.
So I'm curious to know, based on your conversations with the people you spoke with, and you might have said this already, but just to clarify this point, if after they started, let's say, because how long have they been doing this model? Is it since August, since the beginning of the year?
I think it's about 6 weeks. So they started
it's almost
into the year.
Okay. So if after they got in about, 2 weeks and got through the major hurdles of, logistics and all of those things, what was the biggest pain point? Like, what were some of the big, if they had any big shifts that happened, since they started? I'm curious to learn, what have they changed since they planned the model versus they've been implementing it?
I can add one, Meredith. I spoke to when I spoke with the assistant sup of Ed Services. One of the pain points for them at the beginning was the parents wanted to drop their kids off at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and so you had mass gatherings there, and so they did have their gates open, and so they decided, no, we're going to message this out. We're not opening our gates before 7:35. And so there was a lot of communication, over communication with the parents, with the guardians, with the students, that we will not be opening those gates. And so that in about 2 weeks, it happened for about 2 weeks. And within a week after that communication was out, they saw a huge improvement. And we got to see the same thing when we were there, because it was just very smooth. They knew the routine, right? What they had, that the gates were going to be opened at exactly 7:35. And sorry, Meredith.
I would say they are, no, I agree. And I would say that they are still tweaking. So the next change that they would like to make, though, is that 10-minute passing period, that they found that is too long, that they don't need that much time, and would probably go down to, I think they were saying, more of a 6 or 7 minute passing.
Well, you answered my next question, which was, what are they working on now?
I would also add to, I don't know if we touched on this during that passing period, but I think it is important to underscore, again, with that many students on campus, they are not enforcing distancing during passing periods. So it is very clear there are students who are walking together in 2s and 3s. They're breaking up groups, or not allowing groups of students to linger, but the implementation of distancing 6 feet apart for every single student during passing periods is not happening.
I'll also add this one, Meredith. One of the other pain points that they pointed out as we were standing towards the end of our visit was we were actually there for a transition from, I believe it was second period to third period. Some teachers would open their doors for their students, some would not. And you could see the actual mass gathering of those students from that particular class. And so that was a pain point there for them. That was pretty much, you could tell, it's like, oh God. And so they felt, you know what, we need to go walk over there and ensure that they're physically distancing. And so that was another one.
My next question, and then I'll stop, is, were you able to observe instruction in any of the classes?
In passing, we tried not to interrupt and have too many bodies in there. And so we did walked the hallways, and you could see instruction happening. Students were at their desks. We did walk into the choir class, but it was briefly. It was actually in I believe it was their gym, right, Meredith? Where, and the reaction from the students was like, who are they? Why are they here? And so we felt very uncomfortable interrupting their instruction. And so we were only there for a couple of minutes. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Meredith.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yep.
I have some questions and thoughts. The canopies that we saw at the beginning of the presentation, did anybody ask the cost of the canopies?
We didn't know, but and again, they have a variety of, that was a structure that was already on campus, the one photo, but then there were others of everything from the sort of just easy up pop-up tents to the.
Okay, so because that canopy looked remarkably stable, so it was that's
in a structure. Okay. Yeah, but there are the sort of the kinds that are a little bit more sturdy, the restaurant tent type of structure with the stronger metal, and the easy ups.
Are they providing connectivity in the outside structures? Electricity?
Wireless across, yeah.
Pardon?
Same as us. They have access points everywhere.
Okay. And then I wanted to know, I've talked to one teacher earlier this week who said that he'd been reading a study that the colder the air is in the classroom, the more the plume from speaking and breathing tends to go up. And that whether or not that would make any difference if we had our filtration systems up above and kept the rooms chilled. I mean, I don't know. People are trying to think of everything. they're spending $20K a month in supplies for about 1/4 of the number of students that we might actually have on campus if we were doing the same thing at the same ratio. What's really causing a lot of pain in the pit of my stomach is that right now, looking at the election results, our parcel tax appears to be stuck at 63%, which is breaking my heart because I just don't think that the stakeholders understood that right now we are operating basically on our savings, and that right now to make something like this work, we need extra staff. You said they had added staff. We don't have the money to do that. And now we're facing a $5 million a year annual hole in the budget. And I know we were castigated from 1 quarter for getting used to having the parcel tax, becoming reliant on it. What did people think we were going to do with this money? Wrap it up in a package and set it under the Christmas tree to look at every year? We were going to put it to work for our students, and we have. And now we're not going to have that. So we're entering a situation where we are going to have many more financial demands and a very scary budget. And that just hurts my heart in a way I can't begin to describe. And then there was one other thing I wanted to ask about. For the 20 students who are in the classroom, and I get that Wednesday everybody is online, but for the 20 students who are in the classroom, are there other students who are also doing online learning so that the teachers in those classrooms are doing both at the same time? Are they giving instruction to the 20 in front of them, but also doing a feed to students who are distance learning simultaneously?
Only some classes, and I'll let Herman explain a little bit more, but that is not their primary model. That's happening, that concurrent teaching or live streaming from the classroom is really only happening with very certain classes. I think she used AP Japanese as an example. So certain sort of singleton specific classes, but it is not the primary model. The bulk of those in-person learners, that the morning group in the afternoon is doing their asynchronous homework. And the distance learning students are interacting with just distance learning teachers, primarily distance learning.
Because the success of distance learning does depend on the ability of the teacher to try to stimulate interaction and give feedback. And you can't do that while you're doing the same thing with a room full of 20 kids. That doesn't work. I need to subside for now.
So I have a couple of questions and a couple of thoughts. So were the windows open in the room? Did the rooms have HVAC? Did they have the right filters, the MERV 13 filters? And did they have additional air purification in the rooms as well? Which is our standard. Kind of, sort of.
I'll start. Most rooms that we saw didn't actually, if I recall correctly, Herman, we didn't have pictures, but did not have windows. So many doors were open. So the open air, there was quite a bit of discussion around ventilation and air quality with, again, changing dampers to bring outdoor air, that it's turning the air over multiple times. And I don't remember off the top of my head the number per hour, but so they did a lot of work with the HVAC around, again, changing dampers and turning that air over. Their facilities are not able to handle MERV 13 filters across the board. So maybe there are some that had.
There were some that had.
Yeah, but not across the board. They did agree to add additional air purifiers for classrooms. That was an additional sort of investment. Anything that I missed there, Herman?
Yeah, every teacher got a air purifier as well as a fan that would face outward, would push the air outside. So every door was pretty much open with a fan pushing air out, and then a purifier in the back of the room. So every classroom has one according to their administration.
I want to say something about eyes too. I said I would subside, and I will after this. I don't understand why in this whole national conversation about the virus, nobody's really talking about the eye. You're point of infection with any kind of a virus, and you can laugh if you want, but you catch a cold because the virus makes contact with the mucous membranes of the lip, the corners of the lip, your nose. Your eyes are a key point of contact. I haven't had a cold in 5 years, and I attribute a lot of that to the fact that I wear glasses. And nobody is talking about goggles or glasses to protect from COVID. And I just find that hard to understand. I think that
well, it's probably a very good question for next Thursday, because we're going to have our science board study session.
Okay, all right.
Ask that question.
Thank you, Dr. Goitia. And this is good. I mean, I think it's great that we went and we took this field trip and we saw what somebody else is doing, but it's apples to bowling balls, right? It's a different county, different requirements, their county has different COVID numbers, right? We were ground zero for COVID at the beginning of this whole thing. So, let's just make sure that we're looking at what they were doing and figuring out how to apply it to our circumstances. And I'm just going to say, because I think I have to say this at this point, that I have a lot of opinions about what we should do. And my opinion really doesn't matter. Okay. My job is to make sure that this process that we are engaging in, and we've been engaging in this process since the beginning of the crisis back in March, about how we are going to operate our schools during this pandemic. And I have a lot of confidence and trust in the process. We are evaluating our options. We are gathering data. We're going to get a recommendation, and then we're going to make a decision based on what is in the best interest of our students, because that's what we do as trustees. So I just felt that I needed to get that off my chest a little bit. Was there, did anybody talk about the opportunity to do group work in the configuration that they had in those classrooms?
Yeah, there was no group work. I mean, the classrooms, every single classroom that we went through or through the hallway that we observed were in rows. And so there was no movement.
No movement. So the kids didn't move around, but the teacher was able to move a little bit in between.
And yeah, and one of the teachers that we spoke with was pretty much, I just tried to, his proximity is he tries to get close and just make sure that he's, pretty much just getting to most of the kids so that they can hear him, or he can hear them because of their masks and the shields when they speak or share out.
Did they have problems? One of the things that came up on our school board call today was just the issues people have trying to take social distance walks while they're wearing their mask and have a conversation, and you really can't hear yourself. Did they report out any issues in being able to hear each other in those telephone booths that they have, the isolation booths that they have on those desks?
Yes, I think that was a real, the student engagement overall, but particularly because of just the challenge in hearing students responding. So they, in terms of another investment that they made was actually a sort of like a lapel mic audio system. They intended it for teachers, anticipating that the students actually would need to amplify the teacher voice more, because again of the face covering, and to save the teacher voice. But actually it's more, the struggle is more just hearing the students. So definitely a challenge.
Okay.
I would also note too around group work, that I think where we just, again, one of the procedures that we saw evidence of is those standard. So not only are students in rows and spaced as far apart as possible, seating charts are required, just as again, county or state would require, as again, those seating charts again to be able to identify close contacts.
Right. So this is now in our school district. This is one of my favorite times of year because our Project Lead the Way classes are finishing up their Next Flex programs, and they're having their project showcases. So I just got an email. I got invited to be on the panel for leads next week. And so I bring that up because and I know it's not related to your trip, but I'm kind of curious about how those students, which is all project-based and group work, were able to complete their projects under the conditions that we have. Because I think that there could be some learnings there about how to make the instruction more engaging and allow for more group work, because they certainly produced some pretty interesting projects that are going to be judged next week. And there's a lot of them. There's like 14 of them just at Lee, just in the classes at Lee. So that's just kind of an aside. The question that I asked Dr. Dewan today was in understanding that, this in-person class or this in-person training, with whether it's hybrid or the model that that this school is using. I was just curious if we have any evidence yet that this in-classroom experience is going to yield better results than our distance learning. And we have to set expectations for people. We're not going back to in-person the way it was before COVID. So, so I'm just, so Dr. Dewan basically said, yeah, not yet, not enough people are doing it to basically have that evidence. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there, because to me, that's an important, how are we going to measure this? How are we going to know that this will produce better results? And how would we measure that in the first place? Is it, I don't think it's year over year, pass fail grades and things like that. And then the last thing I'll add is that, unified districts have started back with their TK first grade, kindergarten, first grade, like second grade. So really they're early elementaries. Some of the elementary districts have started back with some limited, and they're going in waves. They're kind of doing it a grade level at a time. Morgan Hill Unified has gone back, and they've got their elementary students pretty much back, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work for high school students. Superintendent Dewan continued to comment about how much more of a challenge it is for high schools to be able to do in-person learning and meet the requirements of the public health department. But in that, one of the things that Morgan Hill did, which I think is prudent, and the people that have already gone before us in the county and the elementary schools have done, is nobody did a big bang. Nobody said, everybody's going to show up on January 5th, right? They did it in waves. They did it, and they took time to work out the kinks with smaller groups before they kept expanding and adding more groups to it. So John Hormer called it show and tell, right? Do the pilot with volunteers, see how it works, and then keep expanding it until you have, all those, you have, your critical mass. So that's just something that I wanted to share from the meetings that I've been going to.
All right, I had a couple other questions about the trip.
Yeah, I do. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I have them. Let me get through them really quick. So there was a COVID break there was a student who had COVID at this school,
That's what I was
right?
gonna.
And it seems from what I can tell, it did not spread. Can you talk about if they shared, how did they approach that? What did communication look like? What happened when that occurred?
Yeah, I can touch on it. There is a school nurse, and this is what I'm very deep in right now. Just so I feel a lot of connection to this, as I'm currently doing many rounds of trainings with our administrative teams, our COVID response teams at our sites, because the response is pretty consistent across counties and state. But there is a school nurse that they work closely with who really does the tracking of suspected or confirmed cases. Those are really, we have 3 different scenarios that within the state that we work with: a symptomatic individual, a close contact, or a positive case, and responses set out by CDC and state to all of those. And so yes, they have a dashboard that many districts or schools who have opened have a public facing data source for people to check. But they've clarified that although they've had positive cases, there has not been spread among students or staff. So it's been household and contained. So again, it's that quick response to quarantining close contacts, isolating an individual who's a positive case or asymptomatic, and following those procedures to limit spread.
But there was a second case, October 9, and it wasn't posted right away. And their rules say that if a parent has a student that has been as close as 6 feet to a case, then the parent is notified. So I take it that in the same classroom, if you're 7 feet away from the desk of the student who tested positive, the parent does not have to be notified?
Well, I think in terms of defining close contact, so any close contact that is within 6 feet for at least 15 minutes over a 24-hour period, those close contacts are both quarantined, and there is contact. So I couldn't speak to the communications that they used for individual parents or students within a classroom, but I do know they follow those same. I understand they follow the same procedures around quarantining contacts.
And then my next question is around, it looks like they have about 49% more COVID per person in Orange County versus here. As we know, we started really high and then have done a relatively good job compared to others, right? Once they opened, has there been any movement as COVID spiked outside the schools to shut the schools down? Did you hear anything like that?
Not at all.
Not that I heard at all.
Not at all. I mean, they did report that they had 5 students and 1 instructional aide that tested positive.
Okay.
But that was within, in the past couple of months or so.
Okay, great. And then my last one is just a thank you. I think this trip and the learnings have been really helpful for me just to understand kind of what it looks like with a neighbor, although it's, different circumstances, a county that is a little more freewheeling with their rules. But I think it's really helpful. And I think just the fact that y'all flew down, I assume you flew down there during this time when a lot of people are afraid to get on planes for potentially good reason. I think it's just going above and beyond. And so hopefully, I think I speak for everyone. Thank you for going through that sacrifice to bring us this information. And I'm sure others have questions about the trip, so I'll be quiet now.
If I could, President Gallagher, just to sort of piggyback a little bit on what you've heard, is you made a kind of a reference to it, and Trustee Brown, you talked about it too, about by no means should we, there's not an apples to apples comparison here. The Orange County, in the earlier days of the pandemic was famous, infamous, depending on the amount of anti-mask activity that was going on, et cetera. Orange County is not Santa Clara County. I mean, baseline different. And one of the things that, in debriefing with Herman and Meredith, one of the things that I felt like I was hearing from them was that that it was working. Now, is it working like perfectly or working the way we would expect it to? I'm not saying that, but to them it was working. But that there was that I think that Meredith and Herman, and you guys jump in and tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but you were also felt like that it had a lot to do with the fact that they had a critical majority wanting to do it. And you know, can you do it successfully if you don't have majority wanting to? Does the not wanting to in and of itself become something that prohibits you from being able to, because you have so many people just not wanting to do these things versus willing to do it. So for sure, this is no attempt to try and suggest you should make apples to apples comparisons, other than just some lessons learned. It's also my understanding that some of the other districts in the region that wanted to do similar models ultimately did not, because lack of ability to get the additional staff, and in particular, they felt their sub pools were not deep enough to be able to handle such a model. And so potentially, even if we thought it was something that we would want to do, which I'm not saying that it is, but even if we did, that would be part of the calculus, because we would have to determine, do we think our sub pool could even handle it? Well said. Context means everything. It's not, you just can't take this plant and plant it in different soil and think it's going to grow. And a little bit more comment from me, but I want to turn it back to you. Just so, anything else for Meredith and Herman?
Student board members, do y'all have any questions? It's okay if you don't. Just
we did have one. If a student tests positive, and like, is it announced to people? Because like, what if they're walking with other students in the hallways that maybe didn't sit next to them in class?
That's a great question. And confidentiality is just really important. And we asked about that in terms of stigma, and a couple of different things that I want to just touch on. So number one, I think that they actually engaged students in some sort of PSAs and videos around just understanding, because it's not just even a positive case. You know, you're talking about if you're close contact and you've been told to quarantine, then you're returning back to school. So they did a lot of work to try to make sure that as they had folks returning from a quarantine for whatever reason, that they were really welcoming and really, you know, appropriate and just thoughtful and welcoming. So that was one angle that I wanted to highlight. And then second, confidentiality around anything medical is really important. And so if there is any positive case, no one would ever refer to, or should never refer to a person's name, a staff or student. So then in that research process of the contact tracing part that we in schools have to do, you identify, okay, who have you been within, you know, close contact with, and communicate to students, you've been identified as a close contact, but there is never a publication of a name, to the degree to where it should not even be, you know, a teacher or it would be a staff person or a student, and as confidential as possible.
Okay.
It gets even trickier than that. In the piece I was reading, it said that if a student had a temperature of 100.3 and was sent home, if they could come back if their temperature the next day was normal. Well, you don't just spike a temperature for no reason. In other words, even when it comes down to somebody having a temperature, they can come back to campus without a definitive answer for why the temperature existed in the first place within 24 hours if they don't have one.
And our county guidance is a little bit different. So there's some very specific decision trees and flow charts around symptomatic or not. But if someone, just a highlight, if someone tests is negative, so again, if you're symptomatic, then you're required to get a test. And if it's a negative test, Then you return when you're at least 24 hours symptom-free with no fever reducers, so typical sort of timeline. But again, we have very, very specific steps within those different scenarios around symptomatic, not symptomatic, and timelines for staying home.
You're talking about our county, not there.
Yeah, our county guidance. Again, based on CDC and state, but our county is again doing very intensive training on those steps in those scenarios. Yeah.
And that actually had one other question. If a student were to test positive, and maybe I missed this point, do they like say have to quarantine for 2 weeks? Do they just automatically switch to like the fully virtual format? Like they have it worked out, or like all my classes, I just now automatically go virtual for 2 weeks and then come back at some point? Like,
that's a great question. I believe I believe that because they use a Google Classroom or different kind of learning management system. I don't think they actually moved to the distance program. Herman, correct me if I'm wrong. I actually think they're then maintaining assignments, sort of doing more of just asynchronous and connecting with their teacher if they're either isolating because they are sick or test positive, or quarantining because they were a close contact. Is that correct, Herman?
That's correct. Yes. So the teacher works with administrators, the counselor, and they work with them so that they do complete the work that is being assigned.
And it's actually so systematic to where once the nurse has sort of identified the close contact, then they sort of move over to the attendance office. The attendance office is then coordinating, again, those assignments and making sure the student has the information from the teacher or the counselor.
okay.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. Do you have anything closing, or Dr. Bravo?
Yes, I just sort of very quickly, a couple of things I think of note in the news from this week that is related to this whole discussion. As you may have seen, the press picked up that Governor Newsom's kids have gone back to school in person, and the question is floating from some folks about, well, gee whiz, Mr. Governor, why do you get to have kids go back to school and I can't? And so there's speculation that he's going to be under growing pressure to try and get schools back open. At the same time, or on the other hand, the superintendents of 5 of the largest districts in the state, including Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Ana, Sacramento, they wrote a letter to the governor saying, we think there needs to be a statewide approach to reopening, not each locality having to figure this out on their own. And in many ways, their sentiment is very similar to that of CTA President, Mr. Toby Boyd, who has also been saying that a locality by locality decision doesn't work for this kind of an issue, and there needs to be more direct state guidance. And as you know, we have received some communications from parents who said, hey, the state says that you're supposed to have schools open now. And we've had to explain to them, well, actually it doesn't. It says we can, but it doesn't say we have to. And so I think another just thing for us all to monitor over the next couple of weeks in particular is to what extent, if it does this idea pick up steam that the state needs to get more directly involved in directing the circumstances under which schools shall reopen or not.
I just one other thing. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Riley.
I'm sorry, there's data I found online from like an article that there were like 5 staff members from that district who have gotten COVID since they opened, or since they did this in September, and that there are a few students as well. Do you know how many cases have occurred, or if any, like anything else to that?
I would need to check. So I think that may be district wide, right? So we just looked at the high school, the one single high school. We didn't go into depth of any of their other schools, so I couldn't speak to it. She spoke to just the not outbreaks happening at the high school or spread happening at the high school.
I just wanted to share one more thought. And I've said this before. I am at a high risk. I'm a diabetic. I also have some other underlying conditions, and I have been incredibly vigilant in how I am managing my health and my tight bubbles about what I do and who I see face to face and all that other stuff. So, so I want I want all the teachers that tried to speak or that spoke tonight and that are sending the emails and things like that. You know, I understand. I hear you. I think we all do. I was actually in a situation where my client wanted me to come back in person and sit in a conference room with my team. And I pretty much said, no, I'm not going to do that. And I would have walked away from that job in a heartbeat than risk my own health. So, you know, I hear what you guys are saying. And I think that it's also important for us in the reopening plan that we take those things into account for people that truly have those underlying conditions where, you know, they are going to be risking their own personal health to increase their exposure to people during this time. That has to be part of the reopening plans. But I'm also going to tell you that I've been doing more and more outside and kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit, because 8 months inside is really starting to get to me. So it's okay. It's going to be okay.
I have a question about Boynton. One of our callers this evening said that a teacher at Boynton had opened a hybrid class. Is that something any teacher on any of our campuses can just decide to do? Because that seems, it seems like there needs to be some oversight of when and how that happens. And I'm sure that there was, but can you tell me how that occurred? Oh, you're muted, Dr. Bravo.
Sorry about that. You know, Herman reads plans and proposals from individual sites about programs that they're piloting, and he, you know, they have to explain how the program is going to work, the procedures they're going to follow, and then he approves or does not of the, if he believes that it follows the guidelines of the county health department.
I was pretty sure there had to be a channel for that. And then just a couple other things. The survey that we sent out, it looked to me like the number of responses from Del Mar was quite low. And Del Mar is a different demographic. We have more languages spoken there. I was wondering if we need to make maybe a little greater effort to make sure that that school in particular is well represented in the survey. And that all disciplines are represented. We have heard from one staff member who felt like the random selection of people to be in the committee had somehow managed to skip over some key content areas that need to be represented on that. And then I wanted to share with you something that one parent shared with me, who's really struggling with the survey and with making the decision to say hybrid, not hybrid. And this parent indicated that the survey, in a vague kind of way, felt like a threat, in the sense that if the choice is hybrid, the district is saying, we can't guarantee that all classes will be offered, leading to the conclusion that hybrid is maybe not really a choice that we particularly want to support. And my response to that was, I felt that that was absolutely not the case. It's just simply an unpleasant reality that if we are going to do something like this, because of the limitations on hiring extra staff, because of the social distancing and the facility constraints, it may not be possible to offer the rich, full slate of everything we're currently offering. That just simply may be a fact. It's not saying if you choose this, just be aware that if you choose hybrid, you may not get everything you're accustomed to getting. It's not a threat. It's just simply a fact that there will be limitations perhaps on what we can and cannot do.
Yeah, I think
And
that,
then,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's very well said, Trustee Goitia. And, you know, frankly, I've heard it from both sides, from people who felt, I've heard it from those that felt the form, like you said, is trying to push people away from hybrid. I've also heard people say they think that the form is not doing enough to tell people about the downsides of hybrid, right? So, I mean, this is a little bit of an eye in the beholder thing. We're trying to educate, we're trying to give information. But for some folks, there's a certain, like, where do you put the accent on the information? And some people look at it and they say, well, there should be a stronger accent here on the downsides of hybrid. And other people would, like, it sounds like, are saying, well, there should be a bigger accent on the potential upside. So, you know, I have seen and examined several of the kinds of letters that districts in Sacramento County sent, asking for, you know, parent preference and parent input. And okay, I don't try not to toot our horn too much, but I'll tell you, I think our letter is far more informative. I mean, I felt like I saw other letters where it was really just you want your kid back, yes or no, just a box of just a yes, no with no, and it was like you know, potential schedules could be can be seen at this website. I thought that I feel like ours is more educational than other examples that I've seen, but I realize that around an issue like this that is so sensitive and is so difficult, people can feel like that there is some intent that maybe is not there.
Then there are two other key points that I kind of want to put out there. They're touchy, but I want them out there. I also am getting from some quarters that there is a perception that in December, our decision may be heavily influenced by the result of pressure from our different union groups. And that, at least from this board member, is absolutely not the case. We have to listen to everybody. We do have to have working relationships with our labor partners to get things done and get them done effectively. So yes, agreement and consensus, those are very, very nice things. But this decision can only be made with the preponderance of scientific evidence about how this is going to impact people. It's got to be made with the best interests of everybody's health and safety in mind. And that has nothing to do with groups being at loggerheads with each other or in separate corners. That's not the way this decision is going to be made, at least not from my perspective. And then the other thing that I've been told is that we're not being particularly open. We're lacking openness in talking about potential plans for hybrid learning or some type of reopening. That there are plans that somehow we're not sharing yet. You cannot make a plan in the absence of the evidence. This is the process that we are in. This is the focus of our next meeting, is evidence gathering. And the trouble is, one piece of that evidence is the survey data. Unless you have some sense of the numbers of people who are interested in trying a different model, as opposed to those who are not, that's one of the puzzle pieces that you have to have before you can really start looking at what your plan might be. And the mere fact that we've asked the question is somehow communicating the idea that we kind of already know what direction we want to go in, and we're just sort of getting some sort of stamp of approval on it. That's not the case at all. it's chicken or egg mentality. But right now, what we're doing is we're trying to get every piece of information that has any relevance at all whatsoever so that we can make responsible decisions. We're not concealing anything from anybody. We're just trying to get there.
All right. So I think we'll move to our next item now. Just as a reminder, this is a step in a much larger process that Dr. Bravo described at the beginning. Linda kind of just alluded to as well. Thank you for participating in it. Thank you for continuing to make your voice heard. If you're watching at home, feel free to please keep emailing the board if you have thoughts or opinions. And then to Meredith and Herman and Larry, thank you so much for bringing us this information. I don't think there's many districts that get to access like this type of report. So thank you for doing that for us. All right, item 16B is to discuss and review the draft 2021 board governance calendar. Linda, Stacy?
Stacy. Yeah, so basically what Linda and I collaborated on in the final days of her campaigning was a kind of a mock-up of what a governance calendar could look like. Bob had sent along a version of essentially kind of an internal document that cabinet uses to kind of plan out which meeting they're going to bring this particular thing. And all I did with that was on the first column are the dates of the meetings, and it's color coded between what's a workshop, what's a special board meeting, what's a regular board meeting type of thing. And then I basically put some columns in here, and these are really just placeholders. They're just really to spark conversation and thought, and just tried to kind of say, like, what are the topics that we might be discussing throughout the year, and then at which meeting are we going to have what conversation. So that's why we did it. So I'm really just looking for feedback, thoughts. Are these the right columns? Type of thing.
All right, thoughts from the board?
When I took a look at it, I was looking to see if there was anything about governance. I think the whole thing's about governance, but was there any thought to where you think that's going to fall, or what could that fit in any column?
It could fit. What I was thinking is that with the exception of district operations, which would be more of the transactional things that we have to do, everything else should relate to the governance functions that we're doing. So budget, LCAP, curriculum and instruction, things like that. So, and then what I did was I put some tentative dates in, and they're highlighted in purple for the 4 governance specific workshops that we want to schedule for next year, where we do have time set up to just kind of take on and do that work of professional development and diversion and inclusion training and the things that we talked about in terms of that. So kind of on the, if you look at like January 14th, and that's just, like I said, a placeholder to kind of have maybe a meeting to plan everything. Then we could put topics in that would fit into whatever the topics are that we decide the columns are going to be. Did that make sense, Robert?
Absolutely. Thank you for explaining what your thoughts were. The November governance workshop, looks like November 18th. That might work in odd years, but probably in even years,
it's tough to put it right before there might be a change because a new member would miss out on what went on, but there might be a reason you put it there. So that's my question.
Yeah, I think the idea around this is that this is next year's, this is 2021. So it's specific to 2021. And then as part of our organizational meeting next year, we would have to reset what the dates are going to be. And maybe in 2022, we don't have 4 governance workshops. Maybe we have 7, maybe we have 2, right? But it would be an iterative, ongoing conversation and process for how we set this.
I would like to see one regular meeting, not an additional meeting, but at one of our regular meetings throughout the year, somewhere on the governance calendar, one of those meetings or a month during which one of those meetings would have an item marked program evaluation. Because we do things as a board, we make a new policy, we add a graduation requirement, we change the methodology of something that we're doing, say in mathematics. We make policy decisions and we say, we need to get feedback on this later, check in on how it's doing, get a sort of a postmortem on the decision that we made. And then we don't seem to get that done. So I'd like once a year, at least as a formal preset placeholder, something on one of our regular agendas that says that on this particular night, we're going to evaluate how a decision we made is working out and get a report back on that.
So I have a column called data. And so maybe that really needs to be called measurement and metrics or
Sure.
something like that. And the idea would be that we would be filling in, the different kinds of things that we want to, you would, if you wanted to have a meeting like that, Linda, we would have that conversation, we would agree, we would find the right meeting to it, and then boom, we would put that into that column. It's just a way of kind of categorizing the work that we're doing and having it show that this is the work that, this is the more the governance work that we're doing versus the transactional work that we're doing.
Right.
Yeah, so my quick thoughts, I think it works really well as a template, and thank you for putting all this together. I think 2 thoughts on top of that. I think one, similar to Linda's, right? Like I think typically around October, we have a kind of what happened the year before type board workshop, right? It's outside of our meetings. We've done that the last few years. We look at things and I think it kind of gets what Linda's talking about around how are the policy decisions we made earlier affecting some of the bottom line numbers. We could probably draw that out and make that connection deeper and like dive into it more. But I think having like maybe an additional workshop type setting getting that back in there might be good. And I think it's just interesting to see like what this looks like filled in, whether it's like, hey, Bob, based on what normally happens or what's happened historically, let's fill this thing in so we can see it as a board and kind of that big picture. But yeah, other than that, I think it's really solid.
I want to point out that in Moreland, we had that. You don't want to see that list.
Oh, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
It was crazy how much stuff the district has to get done on timelines.
Yeah, well, maybe there's like one that's a little crazier and then one that's kind of like a level up or something. Right?
Yeah, I was really making a joke of it, but I was surprised. Yeah, totally surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a good foundation just to be able to see everything from that 30,000 foot level, maybe 30 feet. I don't know.
Drone level.
Yeah, I think being able to refer back to this. The other thing I'm interested in, I know that we've talked about it sometimes, but I think this can kind of help us too, even if we were looking at it at in the past, right? Filling in like, what have we done in the past to compare with, is that the way we want to spend most of our time, right? I know we've had, conversations about we want to spend more time with recognitions and hearing about the programs and the learning versus some of the transactional stuff. This could provide us a visual of that to keep track of.
That's a good point, Christine. I would like to see that formalized on here too, as a set time, at least a couple times a year when we hear about some really great program or thing that's going on, and the kids get to come in and tell us what they're doing. And we don't get enough of that. It's inspiring. I can tell you from the Metro Ed Board, those presentations are enormously energizing. You just walk away that evening reaffirmed all over again about why you do what you do. I want to ask about January 14. Would January 14 be a good time to do the to be working on the strategic plan? We have a governance workshop slated for the 14th.
Yeah. So we only had the original dates only had 3 governance workshops, and we talked about doing 4.
Right.
And so what I was thinking there is that just like what we did with the October 22nd meeting, it was kind of like a meeting to plan the plan. If we're going to have, board professional development and strategic, working on our strategic plan and our diversity and inclusion trainings, which is essentially the focus of our workshops, we might want to just take another evening. We're going to have a big pause because the last meeting we have is December 10th, and then we have holidays, and we don't have a regular board meeting again until the 21st. So my thought is to just have a short meeting to kind of do let's fill some of this in for maybe the upcoming next couple of meetings. Let's start looking at what things we want to do in our governance workshops and start planning for those types of things. Just kind of as a touch point.
I was really struggling with whether our workshop on equity, our first one, should come ahead of the strategic planning or vice versa. And I think probably the strategic planning, because we can certainly build in a focus on equity expansion in that, and then move in the next governance workshop to the equity piece. It's going to take more than one. I don't know, sequencing, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the beauty of having it laid out like this is that while we might take a workshop to do some training, we can put together a series of topics that over a number of meetings where we could have follow-ups from the training, right? So if we were to, pick a meeting, and that would be like that first diversity training. And then we might decide to have, some follow-up topics under whatever column they would fall into, that would be just, building upon information that we shared in the workshop. And that's the whole point of the columns.
Yeah, I'm starting to really key in on why you did the columns. That's good. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing that I didn't put into this because I really thought it would kind of go, but we have 6 strategic anchors in our strategic plan, and we always, one of the other things about governance is ensuring alignment to your strategies, right? Ensuring that your budget aligns to your priorities. So the other thing that we could do on this governance calendar, once we've decided and, said, these are the columns that we want, is we could put another row on top of that and show which one of these columns align to which strategic anchors. So you would always have that strategic alignment in front of you in the governance plan.
Okay.
But I only wanted to do that if that was something you guys were interested in.
And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was we talked about with superintendent evaluation, basically doing two types, doing an evaluation at one point in the year that isn't dependent on data. And then when we have a load of student data coming in, doing a second one that looks at the data. Where on the timeline, because we have not been consistent with getting our evaluation piece done on time, to say the least. And I'd like to see that improve. And I imagine that Dr. Bravo would like to see that improve.
That's why I made superintendent evaluation a column. And just to be transparent, superintendent evaluation is a closed session item. And so we would be having closed session items to basically and be able to schedule them out more. So we'd be having more conversations throughout the year, and then the looking at data piece of it is an open session item, and we can schedule that in that column as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and just we were on time with our superintendent evaluations the last 4 years. This year we were a month late, as agreed to as a team because of COVID, which I think we can give ourselves a little break on that, but we've been doing good. Yeah. So what are next steps on this are getting it filled in a little. Is that like one of the next steps?
I think, starting to fill it in. I'm thinking that, two things. One is anybody that wants to make any changes to this should provide that feedback to Bob, because this is, a tool that I think Bob and the board president are going to utilize a lot. And then I would think that maybe when we have our future planning session, we would attach whatever the version looks like and have the conversations about, looking ahead and, filling in some of the things that could be a place for us as a board, as a governance team, to fill in the calendar.
Okay. And then I know Christina was going to lead on our DEI training work, right? And like starting to have that conversation within this, and Robert and I were going to lead some of the strategic plan calendaring, right? So now that we have this frame, maybe that's something we can talk about in our December meeting, is just like where may that fit in, right? And see where there's alignment and that kind of thing.
And that's kind of why I put the January 14th meeting on, because that's probably the place to, from our October 22nd meeting where we kind of did the breakdown of work. I just wanted to get a format out for everybody and get feedback and make sure this was going to be something that would work.
Solid. All right. Should we move to the next item, or is there anything else on the calendar?
All I had.
Going once, going twice. Sold to 20A. All right. So 20A is to award. Well, first, thank you. I know it's a lot of work. I think it does provide that 30, the drone level, right, of what we're doing. I think we'll go with drone level for a while. I like that. So 20 is action items for facilities and bond. 20A is to award a contract to Silicon Valley Paving Incorporated for tennis court resurfacing and fire lane repair at Branham High School. Welcome back, Eric.
Hello, sir. So on 20A, we're asking the board to approve this contract for Silicon Valley Paving. This is for the tennis courts and the blacktop at Branham High School. So it's all the blacktop between Meridian and Dent that was damaged with the building of the pool, with the interim housing, and all that access area there. So it's one complete project.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by me, second by Stacy. Is there any discussion?
So, Eric, are there any other bids that are going to be required to complete this project? Is this it?
This is as you can see with the bid documents, I believe there's 9 or 10 bids that came in for this. This is one of those large projects that we had lots of people intrigued with because the time of the year, the amount of asphalt, because the temperature's dropping, it's all about getting the asphalt and the tennis courts done before it gets too cold. So it was a very competitive bid. It's a little over our budget as Nathan and I put the budgets together for the tennis court and the blacktop, but we have some savings on other projects that we'll be moving into that to cover that up.
I understand that. Like I worded my question wrong. We ratified a contract in the consent, and we're going to approve this contract. Does that conclude the scope of work for this project, or will there be other things that you'll have to go out and get services for in order to complete this?
No, Stacy, this will complete this project. The
Okay.
next project at Branham will be February for the kitchen.
Okay.
This is all for this project.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Bravo, can we please get a roll call vote?
Yes. Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Item 20B is to reject all bids for the Prospect High School Building K hazardous material abatement project.
Yeah, so board, we tried to split this up, of course, to save money. We were trying to get this to get abated for the Building K at Prospect outside of the original contract to try to get it done faster before students come back and to get a better price. Our threshold for the bidding process was 200,000, and these prices all came in at 330 and above. And so we have to reject all bids because they don't fall under the appropriate bidding scenarios.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Robert, second by Stacy. Discussion, questions?
So what's the next step, Eric?
So we have bids come back next week, which will be the entire project of demo, abatement, and building the new project. So those come in next week. We tried to separate this, trying to get it done a month earlier. It didn't work out in our favor. Yeah, so we're going forward.
All right. Thank you.
All right, see no other discussion. Let's move to a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it, 5-0, it passes. So 21A are board comments, and let's go in our old school traditional order. Start with trustee Aerosmith.
All right, so one of my favorite things I've gotten to do recently was I was able to attend the virtual very first PK graduation at Prospect, their very first class of graduating parents, and they did a wonderful job hosting that event virtually. Just really inspiring to see parents who have so much else going on and are still trying to figure out how to be engaged, how to support their students. And PK is just a wonderful organization that has amazing data that support the work that they're doing, that the parents that they work with, their students are gaining a lot more opportunities than those parents who are not engaged. Second, got to be at the last SSAC meeting, which our student board members talked about. Outside of that, I had a conversation with some folks who work across the county in mental health support for youth, both at Stanford and a couple different nonprofits, and just engaging in conversation to see how we need to be supporting our students and families and teachers, and just getting more ideas outside of schools, how people are doing that. And then other than that, I also had a conversation with someone who's working in some of the more, I was able to let me go back. I am so tired, y'all. I was able to testify at a state assembly hearing on the digital divide, and have been in conversations just learning more about what's going on at the federal level with E-rates, and thinking about what that looks like here in our county. And that is it for me tonight.
First off, Christina, thank you for doing that. That's really important, and you are a good spokesperson for that with your work as a teacher and also as a trustee. So thank you very much. I think I'm gonna pass tonight. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to start off by offering my congratulations to Trustee Goitia on her reelection to the board. I worked with Linda a little bit with her campaign, kind of as an advisor and a driver of to put all the signs up that she had. And it was, I think, it was a really good exercise in, what it takes to win an election. It was going, I forgot how, I'm sure you'll talk about this. It's over 4,000 doors that you
4,843.
Sorry, almost 5,000 doors that you knocked on or left literature for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's, that's how it's done. So 4 more years. In addition to trying to, talk to as many other school board members about what their reopening plans are and commiserating with them about, what to do next. I did have an opportunity to attend a webinar last week put on by the National School Boards Association about reinventing public education. And Linda Darling Hammond was, she's now the president of the California State Board of Education. And she's been talking about this for a lot of years, and it's something that I personally believe in. It was something that was one of my motivating factors for why I ran for school board 6 years ago and ran for re-election 2 years ago. And that is that our current framework of public education is still based upon a assembly line factory kind of model that was put in place in the early 20th century in response to the industrial age, and that we really have to transform these things. And so there were 2 key things that she talked about. She said, in reinventing school means focusing on authentic learning and equity and harnessing the knowledge of human development, learning, and effective teaching accumulated over the last century and needed for the next. And then she gave a framework of 10 steps to consider in this kind of reinventing framework. And the very first step is closing the digital divide, acknowledging that technology and access to the internet and access to technology is very critical in the new in this new model. But she also talked about how the current model, kind of being that assembly line process, is really not, it doesn't have relationship and humanizing, personalizing education built into it. And that's really a really critical part of what that transformation looks like. So one of the things she suggested was, some next steps was to listen to students and families about their experiences, let the innovators invent and grow ideas over time, solicit proposals from all stakeholders, and be open to the many good ideas that come forward. Ultimately, the mission is to develop community-oriented schools that bring people together. And so the other main point that she made in her presentation is that, and I think this is kind of, and we all know this, is that COVID presents, and it's not just COVID, but this moment of time, this moment of all of these crises that we're facing, gives us an opportunity to make some big changes. And how we reopen school, we can start building in some of these concepts of what that new community-oriented, small, relationship themed type of education framework we should be reopening with. So that's it for that. Dr. Goitia.
Oh, you're going to be teasing me about that forever. Okay. Well, I really do want to start tonight by thanking all of the stakeholders who showed with their vote that they feel that our district is on the right track. Because I really do see this as a vote of confidence in this board. No one in their right mind thinks that an individual board member gets anything done alone. We do this as a team. And so to me, this was an affirmation of the fact that we do believe in continuous improvement. That's our motto, and that we have our feet on the right path. I also want to say that remind the community that while we're elected from our trustee areas under the new law, we serve the district. None of us is preferential toward any one school in our trustee area. Our obligation is to the entire district. So being elected from trustee area 4 doesn't make me an advocate who prioritizes any one community over any other in terms of our learners. So I just want to make that clear. But I am very grateful to have the chance to continue this work. I retired in 2009 from my position, not my profession. And this matters enormously to me. And I appreciate the fact that I'll be able to continue. Thank you.
All right. So we had a West Side Boards meeting with our feeder districts. As you may imagine, talks of COVID kind of dominated, right? And just hearing about where each district is in their process, and hearing a bit more about, where they're at, what their, high level plans could be, right? I think one thing that I really took away is that at the time of that meeting, according to one of the board members at each of the sites, right, there is this idea around reopening may not be turning the light switch all on at once, and that there are going to be kindergartners and first graders there the first week, and kind of building in from there towards middle school. I think that's the big takeaway from those meetings. I think other than that, I was kind of just talking, right, about different things. So that's the learning, though, is that they're all looking at January, and it's all going to be starting with just the younger kids. At that point in time, things may change, and it's dangerous to report this, right? So with a grain of salt, because things change very quickly during these times. Had an opportunity to go to the PK graduation as well, and just kind of sit in and I think left just very inspired by just kind of the beauty of our country, right? Where people, they're doing what they can for their kids. They give their kids a better shot, and putting in a lot of hard work to get there. And it was really cool to see, and just very happy that we have that program at Prospect and all of that. Linda, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know not all the votes are counted, but it's an insurmountable lead. And for those who don't know, Linda and I got elected in the same election back in 2012, 8 years ago, almost to the day. And we're different, right? There's a lot of differences. And I think there's a lot of similarities, and being able to work with someone for 8 years towards this shared mission, right? And not always agreeing on everything, but finding a lot of agreement, and and passion and just like going through the ups and downs of it. It's been great. And I'm excited to be able to do it for another 4 years. So congrats. I know you earned it. Yeah. And then, I'm excited to swear an oath to the Constitution on December 10th as I get sworn back in. And I never thought in a million years that that might mean something different than it did 8 years ago. And so I think I feel very lucky to live here where people are fighting to expand the vote, not restrict it. People are fighting to make sure every vote is counted, not make up Russian conspiracy theories. Our country's in a weird place right now. And I hope that the next few weeks, whatever the outcome is, that people can find a way to come together, because our country will not survive if we keep doing this. So we will see where it goes. That's all I have. We moved to future planning 22A. Is there anything there?
I'm just curious, Bob, is there anything you need us to prep for our workshop next week?
Not this time. I might send you a pre-read, but no.
Did you want us to submit our questions for?
Yeah. Thank you for reminding. As I did previously indicate, I think that any questions that you might have for Dr. Roy, if you could send in advance so that she makes sure she preps to answer, would be great.
Oh yeah, I want to know, since a virus isn't alive, how can it cause so much trouble?
What?
She's joking.
No, I'm not.
No, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
A virus is not alive, so how can it cause so much trouble? Nobody in the world has answered that question yet.
So
okay, so let's.
Okay, Dr. Cortia. So when do you want our
let's set a deadline.
I'm sure that the sooner the better from her point of view.
All right, Monday at 5.
Monday, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Monday at 5 p.m. Get your questions to Dr. Bravo.
Excellent.
I wanted under future planning that December 1st. I'm not looking at a calendar because I'm not at my office, but on that December 1st, I think that's the first day of the school board's conference, but it's one piece of it. Not, I think it's a pre-meeting and I signed up for it and it was a legal deal. I think it goes 6 hours or so, but then later in that week is the rest of it. So I was just pointing that out. That's when it is. And then I want to, if nobody has anything else, I want to move to adjourn in honor of our newly elected members, Kaylin and Linda.
Second.
Re-elected, I guess.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, so seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote, Dr. Bravo?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned at 9:52 p.m.
All right. See you next week, guys.
All right, y'all. Thank you.